Welcome to the channel. Really appreciate it. We are going to be live in a minute. Thank you for joining. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Come on, four eyes. I'm gonna see nothing. And let me show you. Let me add a scene. Waiting for people to join. Stream live. We appreciate it. Right now, I'm about to show you the footage of arriving to Alaska. There we go. Have it. There you have it. I will be on the sideline. I'm gonna have something to eat while you guys enjoying the show. I'll be back in a few minutes. Stay put. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Big thank you to you guys. Appreciate it.
The threat of electromagnetic pulse is real, EMP. If you don't know what it is, look it up.
There is Donald Trump shaking hands with Vladimir Putin. We're live, meeting in Alaska. This is an historic event that we are just watching. What a great time to be alive. Hopefully, this is a great meeting. Ended up bringing peace to Ukraine and Russia conflict and get this fight over. Thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate it. Please, while you're here, please don't forget to subscribe and like the channel. Really appreciate it. That helps us a lot growing the channel. Drinking my favorite drink, my Celsius, watching Trump and Donald Putin. Engaging in a meaningful conversation today. Really appreciate it. Thank you guys for watching. All right. We are now they are moving forward to the meeting place. Hopefully it will take about an hour. I would be here bringing you guys the news. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We are. Let me find some more news regarding whether they're going to do a right away meeting or they're going to just do a possible dining, probably. But I doubt it. I doubt they're about to go, grab something to eat. So let me look on further news. As you guys watched a couple days ago, but last night, the incident of the guy throwing the Subway sandwich to the ICE agent, and it was viral. I think he got fired from the. He was working with the DOA, got fired, and also he was charged with a felony, assaulting. a federal agent, which is the dumbest thing you can do, going to jail because of a possible BLT. So, what a crazy times will be your life. You know, it's crazy how people overreact over silly things. But he asked for it. He did ask for it. So let me look for the news on regard of the person who threw the sandwich to the agent, which is outrageous. I mean, it was stupid. So let us know where you guys are watching from. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your visit here. Early today, we had a podcast with Anthony Sabio. He's running for the U.S. He's running for Congress in the 8th district of Virginia. We had a great conversation. Let me show you a video real quick that I found on X. It was posted by JJ Carroll. Let me show you this video real quick. Make sure you guys put on the big screen so you guys can see it. Sorry about that. There we go.
No, we're here making Los Angeles.
Come on, internet. You can do better. This is the stuff that I had to deal with from day to day. We gotta deal with this kind of nonsense. Sometimes the internet does not want to cooperate with the live stream. It sucks. It's just I have to deal with this every time. Let me see it now. See if it works. I guess not. So let me take it out. Let me do something else. So while I'm working on this, let me know where you guys are watching from. I really appreciate it. We got some people on X, YouTube. We got some people in. Let me see, YouTube and Facebook. We got people on Facebook. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. Okay, let me see. Let me look over here on X. There we go. I just grab a quick bite. I got some off the shelf egg rolls. Pretty spicy, by the way. So check this out. Check this video out. This is Major Bass from California. You gotta take a look at this. This is funny. These people has no shame whatsoever. You gotta see this because this is every time the left coming around and I mean they lack of common sense, but I mean God bless their souls. Let me play this for you guys. There we go. Come on, internet. There we go.
Not believe that this just happened to be a coincidence.
There is no way this was a
Internet. Come on.
coincidence. This was widely publicized that the governor and
I guess I gotta change internet provider. AT&T, you suck. I can't wait for Easy Fiber to arrive to my area. Let me know what kind of internet you guys have, because I might have to change the internet provider. I have
many
been.
of our other elected officials were having a press conference here.
Come on, internet. You see, that's the stuff that I had to deal with. I try to do this live stream, make it nice and smooth, and you know, make it work.
That this just happened to be a coincidence.
There is no way this was a coincidence.
No wonder where my head has come from. I guess is dealing with this internet. it is just painful. Sometimes it's just make my life difficult.
Not believe that this just happened to be a coincidence.
There is no way this was a
They make it difficult for me. This is beyond. No, come on. This is, here we go, Donald Trump meeting with Putin. So let me see if I can find more news. Let me close all these windows. Probably I got too many windows open. So let me close all the windows. Make sure my stuff is closed and do the bare minimum to keep it to keep this interview on this internet not overloading. I guess I put it to work too hard. All right. So right now, Donald Trump is heading to the meeting place with Vladimir Putin. They got on in the same vehicle. Let me see if they got some up to date news on what is going on next. They keep repeating the same scene all over. Let me see. All right, give me a second. I'll find something. Let me share this with you guys. There we go.
Well, frankly speaking, and surprisingly, it was almost hallucinating seeing the leader of the democratic world tapping the hand, almost chumming up with the war criminal, aggressor, killer. It was, in a way, it was even, frankly speaking, disgusting. And it only strengthens my apprehensions as far as the possible outcome of the meeting is concerned. As I'm quite sure it augurs quite bad for Ukraine and for establishing really a lasting peace in Ukraine and avoiding further conflagration on the European continent.
I mean, do you have trust in the man who was in our picture there, Donald Trump? Do you have trust in Donald Trump to do the right thing by your country?
Well, I cannot speak for the leaders of my country, but I have very serious doubts, and I have been always critical of Donald Trump in general, and as far as his approach to Ukraine and to war in Ukraine is concerned. And I think that what we have seen, it only strengthens the argument that Trump definitely clings to the idea, to the idea of having possibilities to speak with Putin, not as an adversary, not as with an enemy, but as a partner. And I think that one of the issues which will be discussed, that would be the issue of revamping, refurbishing U.S.-Russian relations. And definitely Putin knows how to play on the false ideas, illusions of Donald Trump, who really wishes to implement some absolutely, in my view, illusionary economic projects or trying to revamp the rules of the world politics with Russia or to drag Russia off China. Definitely Putin will be playing all those cards. and as I said, it augurs quite well, quite bad. I'm sorry, quite bad for the possible outcome of this meeting for Ukraine.
There's lots of talk about territory. Donald Trump has talked about land swaps. Putin seems to want the rest of Donbass. I think it's about 18% or so that you still have. Putin wants that. Would Ukraine ever give that up?
Well, definitely there is a difficult reality on the front, but definitely we were quite adamant to not to allow further violation of our territorial integrity. What wants Putin is to add the Donbass to the land
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. 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 Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad.
Why is your president Trump trust the word now?
Thank you, Brad. 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 Everybody get out of the room! Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad.
And not much being said from the two presidents. We'll wait and see if they did say anything. Because obviously it will be important to hear what they did say, but very unusual if they didn't. I mean, Donald Trump usually takes the opportunity to talk then. I don't know whether we do have material of them speaking. We'll find out. And no, we don't. I'm being told in my ear we don't yet. So interesting there, Martha, that normally Donald Trump seizes on those opportunities to, you know, get his word in first and dominate the proceedings, doesn't he? I mean, you remember. I mean, how many other presidents has he done it to? No. I mean, obviously everybody remembers Zelensky, which was a very awkward moment, but other presidents too. President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, he dominates these things. And I wonder whether on this occasion the Russians said, this ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, it does seem like on the face of it, another show of deference to Vladimir Putin. Because like you say, he usually takes every single opportunity he can to speak to the media. Journalists there
he is here to try and take that initial step to really try and get these two leaders to the same table. Ukraine has said, though, for that to happen, they need that ceasefire first. And the President Trump, is certainly hoping for that as well, we know.
And we know that
first. And the President Trump, is certainly hoping for that as well, we know.
And we know that that's his primary hope coming out of this summit. He's been very public about that, very honest about that, and also quite honest about the chance that that might not happen and what he would do if that's the case. Mary, stick with us here. We have a cleaner feed, if you will, of the images of the two leaders meeting, preparing to begin this summit. We can show you inside the room moments ago. As you can see, President Trump right there next to Vladimir Putin for a photo op. On each side are the members of the delegations that will be in the room with them. We know that Sergei Lavrov, Russia's foreign minister for more than 2 decades, will be in the room along with Vladimir Putin. Also, Yuri Ushakov, Putin's top foreign advisor, former Soviet diplomat. He was the Russian ambassador to the U.S. From 1998 until 2008. They'll be there with Vladimir Putin. We know Steve Witkoff and Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be there along with President Trump. There were a couple of feeds that came from the White House press pool, as we call it, of this particular moment. The other feed actually had some audio of reporters asking Vladimir Putin, will you commit to a ceasefire? Will you stop killing of civilians? Make sure that that there is a halt to any killing of civilians. Obviously, Vladimir Putin did not engage. The moment we can play you that audio, they'll let me know in my ear and we'll play it for you. But Jonathan Karl, our chief Washington correspondent, watching these images play out. John, you saw the warm reception on the red carpet. As you point out, President Trump and his team at the White House have made it very clear that they believe up until now, nothing else has worked. And so, as you alluded to earlier, this is sort of the home field advantage. That's the way President Trump sees this. The red carpet, American soil, riding in the beast, and the presidential motorcade. Vladimir Putin appeared very happy with that as well, smiling through those windows. The hard part, though, John, is what comes next.
Absolutely. And look, Donald Trump has never been reluctant to embrace even pariah dictators around the world. The embrace of Kim Jong-un, the embrace of Vladimir Putin, the embrace of Hungary's President Orban, the former president of Brazil, the former president of the Philippines. He is very comfortable being face to face, arm in arm, smile to smile with people that are seen by much of the rest of the world as strongmen dictators. There's a very interesting moment, David, before this arrival, and that was the arrival of Sergei Lavrov, who, as you mentioned, will be in the meeting. The longtime Russian foreign minister arrived in Alaska wearing a sweatshirt that had the initials of the USSR, or CCCP in Russian, emblazoned upon the front of his sweatshirt. This is significant because Vladimir Putin called the breakup of the USSR, the former Soviet Union, one of the greatest tragedies of the 20th century. Russia was just one of 15 nation states within the Soviet Union. And Vladimir Putin sees a country like Ukraine, which was one of the member states of the USSR, of the Soviet Union, as effectively Russian territory. Not just the East, not just what the negotiations are theoretically going to be about now, but the entirety of Ukraine. And by the way, the fear in Europe is that Putin sees much of the rest of what was the Soviet Union the same way. This is why Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, the other republics, former republics of the Soviet Union, are so fearful of what is happening in Ukraine. They fear that if Putin gets away with what he's done in Ukraine, he won't stop with Ukraine.
John, as you know, on Air Force One on the way to Anchorage, President Trump was asked, what will make success of this summit today? As we look at these initial pictures of the two leaders meeting, Vladimir Putin being greeted there in Anchorage, I want to let our viewers at home listen in to that moment on Air Force One when the president was asked, how will you call this summit a success? What do you expect out of it in order to consider it a success on the backside? And here's what the president said a short time ago.
I can't tell you that. I don't know. It's there's nothing set in stone. I want certain things. I want to see a ceasefire. This is not to do with Europe. Europe's not telling me what to do. But they're going to be involved in the process, obviously, as will Zelensky. But I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this to stop the killing. We're not putting up any money. We're making money. They're buying our weapons, and we're sending them to NATO, and NATO's sending us big, beautiful checks. But I don't care about that. I care about it was a big factor when Biden spent $350 billion and got nothing. But what I do care about is they lost last week 7,011 people were lost, almost all soldiers. 36 people in a town which got hit by a missile, but over 7,000 soldiers. It's crazy.
That's President Trump on Air Force One on the way to Anchorage, Alaska, when asked, how will you deem this a success? He said, I simply do not know at this point. We'll see what comes of this. Obviously, the president has said going into the summit, though, that he wants a ceasefire, he wants it rapidly, and that he would like it today. Said he would not be happy if he comes out of this summit without a ceasefire. I want to bring in retired Colonel Steve Gagnon, ABC News analyst and consultant. And Steve, you and I were talking before we came on the air here just about where Ukraine stands right now. He joins us from our Washington bureau. And Steve, you've got the map of where Ukraine was before the war and where it stands now after the invasion. Just bring our viewers at home up to speed on how much of the land there in the east that the Russians now control.
Yeah, David, this is a map that shows 3.5 years ago, where you see here's the totality of Ukraine, here are the small areas that were owned by partisan separatists in Crimea and this part of the Donbass. Let's move forward to today. We see the region here, it's about 20% of Ukraine that the Russians have taken control of. So this is the front line here that delineates where the fighting is occurring. You can see that here what we have is Russians controlling this part of eastern Ukraine. And if we look about here, we can see what the Russians actually want. We know that Putin has come into these negotiations and he has said, I want the rest of Donetsk. I want to be able to say, this part is mine that I don't own. This part of Zaporizhia I want. I want this down at Kherson. But the real goal is to get the rest of the Donbass here. Why? Because it's a rich agricultural area. It's where the majority of industrial production comes from. And underneath the ground, there is critical minerals like titanium and lithium and coal. And so this is the consolation prize. There's no way that Ukraine can accede to this kind of releasing this much territory to Putin. So as the president has said, he's not going to negotiate today on who gets what, but this is what the expectation is that Putin is going to ask for. It will be a very difficult negotiation because neither Putin can show much leeway and Zelensky cannot afford to give up this much of Ukrainian territory.
That's really the rub here. Look at how significant that area is in the eastern part of Ukraine. Steve, leave those circles right up there, actually, if you want to throw them back up, because they're super helpful for our audience.
Okay.
You know, in the east right there, right behind Steve, anywhere where there are stripes along that eastern region of Ukraine, that's where Russia has made significant advances since this invasion. And Steve, all those circles that you just put back on the map, as Steve points out, that's what they want in addition to the area where they have made strategic advances. Reuters and other agencies estimate up to 20% of Ukraine is now in Russia's hands. And Steve, this is going to be the central question of these discussions. Even if they get the ceasefire today, then you're going to get, you know, Trump would like to get both Zelensky and Putin together at a table, perhaps with President Trump as well, to talk about how to divvy up this land. It's pretty hard to imagine Russia agreeing to give up their desire here and Ukraine agreeing to give up any land that was rightfully theirs before this invasion began.
Yeah, very difficult, and that's where the negotiations are going to get drawn out. It's going to take months for them to come. They may get a ceasefire. Perhaps President Trump will get the next step, which is to get Zelensky to the table. There may be a ceasefire, but a permanent ceasefire is going to take months to negotiate. David, this front line is about 600 miles, so that's roughly the distance between, say, Atlanta and Miami. That gives you an idea of how long this is. This 20% of Ukraine that the Russians have taken over, as you note, over 200,000 dead. That's what Mr. Putin has to show. 20% of Ukraine for more than 1 million casualties on both sides.
Incredible toll on both sides, civilians lost. And you think about the families, and we've seen the pictures both in Ukraine and in Russia, families laying loved ones to rest who fought on both sides of this.
From ABC News.
F-22s flanking their walk. Trump and Putin together after shaking hands and receiving a B-2 bomber flyover. Now the burning question, will they deliver a deal? It's been more than a decade since Russian President Vladimir Putin has been invited to the U.S. for a meeting with an American president. And now we've learned this one-on-one will actually be a three-on-three. Both presidents will be joined by Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy to Russia Steve Witkoff. Putin will also have his two closest advisors with him, his foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, and also his advisor, Yuri Ushakov. First question yelled to Putin from reporters right there on the tarmac. Can the U.S. trust your words? And when will you stop the killing? I'm sure President Trump would like to hear the answers to those questions, too. Our chief foreign correspondent, Ian Panel, joining me now out of Kyiv. I guess, Ian, since you I guess, Ian, since you are there.
In a high value, a high stakes meeting with President Trump. So, yes. With President Trump. So, yes, Ukrainians will be less than happy at this. They've been living in fear night after night, day after. They've been living in fear night after night, day after day for 3.5 years. And something in their minds must come out of it to just and something in their minds must come out of it. And something in their minds must come out of it. And something in their minds must come out of it. And something in their minds must come out of it.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us on really this fast-paced, newsy Friday. We'll continue to do so throughout the afternoon and evening as we get ready for the joint news conference for President Trump, President Putin. Again, this Alaska summit just getting underway here. But we want to continue to bring you the coverage and really some insight and analysis ahead of this meeting. So let's bring in our next guest to help break it all down. This is Josh Schriffenson, Associate Professor for the School of Public Policy at the University of Maryland. Josh, thanks so much for joining us here on really this historic day. And it feels like there's so much anticipation and really build up to this meeting because this war has really been going on for quite some time.
You're exactly right. This war has been going on for over 3 years, approaching almost 4 years now. It's really been stalemated for most of that time. And there's been stillborn efforts over time and space to kind of bring this thing to a conclusion. President Trump has made this a signature piece of his time in office. And hopefully by bringing the two presidents together, we can break the logjam and really make some progress towards a stable deal.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hope. But Josh, what do you think the outcome is going to be? I mean, the odds here that we see something substantial coming from this meeting?
No, I think the odds of there being kind of a final arrangement at this meeting, something substantial in that way, are pretty low. I think the best we can hope for is an agreement to continue talking, number one, a process that will bring the Ukrainians, perhaps other Europeans into the conversation, number two, and finally, some kind of off-ramp for the United States and for Russia both so that they avoid the prospect of a continuing confrontation over what's really a bloody stalemate. So I think prospects of continuing the negotiation would be the best possible outcome.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk a little bit about just the optics here of this meeting where we have the U.S. and Russia conducting these talks, but no Ukraine representation.
Right. That's certainly not good optics on the one hand, because you certainly do want the Ukrainians, whose homeland, after all, has been invaded, at the table. My understanding, though, is that President Trump and President Putin are trying to create a framework so that the Ukrainians can join in the conversation going forward. And it's understandable, right? If you were to say to President Putin, hey, we're going to have a talk with Zelensky, but not invite you, you would not expect him to agree to it either. This is a good way of moving the ball forward. It's similar to how we ended the Vietnam War, for example. But it doesn't commit any side, and of course the Ukrainians will eventually need to be part of the conversation.
I'm just showing video from just moments ago of President Trump and Putin. They're on the red carpet, and really the eyes of the world watching these two come down the aisle here, and really the tarmac area. And now with all the buildup, now the pomp and circumstance is over. Do you think there will be some pressure from President Trump and the U.S. to, at the very least, maybe stop some of the attacks and the missile launches at these schools that we have seen Russia do, at hospitals? I mean, what's the thinking there?
Yes. So obviously I'm not privy to what's going on in the White House, but I have to expect at a minimum, if you're going to bring the Ukrainians to the bargaining table, look, their front line is weakening. In some places it's collapsed. The battlefield is not moving in their favor. The only reason, they have lots of reasons to come to the table, but as a good faith effort, I would expect President Trump to be putting pressure on President Putin to refrain from some of these more egregious atrocities. You could also imagine why President Putin would want to agree to this, because after all, President Trump has said if Putin doesn't come around, Trump could just walk away, and that would be a bad thing for Russia. So I suspect there's lots of pressure, both formally, explicitly, and informally, being put upon Putin, not just to refrain from some of these atrocities, but to really seriously consider a framework for a more durable solution.
Let's talk now a little bit about the makeup here of President Putin, where, I mean, he is known to really try at times to not only egg on the different entities that are involved, but also to try to continue and really showcase his efforts that are always at the heart of it, is seeming denial and lying. I mean, let's just face the facts here, that he is known just to lie as easy as he breathes.
Right. No, it's very plausible that this is a Putin effort to string Trump along. That's certainly what many people worry about. He lies like a rug, as my mother would say. But the flip side of it is Russia has lost hundreds of thousands of people in this war. It's increasingly isolated internationally. It's becoming a junior partner of countries like China, like North Korea, for goodness sake. You know, ending this conflict is increasingly in Putin's interest. And he has in the back of his mind that Trump himself may not know where he wants to go with this. So if the meeting doesn't go in the way that Trump wants, Putin, could be in a much worse position. So yes, he lies, but he also has good incentives to at least strike some kind of arrangement, to at least move the chains forward.
And moving those chains towards a hopeful off ramp to this war, what does that look like? Because we've heard that Ukraine obviously does not want anything to do with land swapping. That there was some talk maybe earlier this week that that was maybe the goal of this summit. But what does an off ramp to this war look like, where Russia says, okay, enough's enough? Ukraine can also say enough is enough. What does that look like?
Right. I think it's going to involve a couple of different things. I think a freezing of the battle lines, number one, akin to what we did with the Korean armistice in 1953. That way, neither side gets to say, that way Ukraine gets to say we haven't surrendered our land, even though it is effectively under Russian control. I think likewise, there needs to be a plan to provide Ukraine with the ability to defend itself going forward. I don't think that's going to involve NATO membership, even EU membership at this point, but the reconstruction of the Ukrainian economy, the Ukrainian defense industry, perhaps some kind of European security guarantees, so they have some kind of faith in the long-term durability of any arrangements. And then finally, some kind of way of making European security begin working again. Right now, we've seen the collapse of European security conversations, where Russia's on the outs. Russia lives in Europe. It'll ultimately have to live with its neighbors in some way, shape, or form. They'll have to live with Russia. And so some kind of framework that begins moving that conversation forward. So it becomes not just about Ukraine, but Russia, Ukraine, and the rest of European security will need to take place. I think an armistice leading to progressive negotiations are the way we're going to get there.
And this comes at a time where when we saw in the previous years, President Biden and his administration and not having conversations with Russia. And now we are seeing back the opening portal of those conversations. Again, President Trump and Putin coming together here to try to come to some sort of agreement. But at this point, does it seem that Putin has the advantage already? He's on American soil. He's back in the limelight here of international news. Does he have that advantage already?
No, I hear that argument. I don't think there's much to that argument. You know, statesmen, policymakers are judged by the ability of the countries they hold. And Russia has been proven in this war to be much less militarily potent, much less economically vibrant, and much less diplomatically strategic than many countries expect them to be, than they were expected to be before the war. The fact that he's in the United States actually could be seen almost as a supplicant coming to the United States seeking President Trump's help in ending the war versus the victory Putin saw in the opening days of the conflict. So I actually think by virtue of coming to the United States, Trump hasn't given anything up, and he's put Putin in the requester seat.
And where do you think the respect level is from Putin to President Trump? We've heard many times President Trump says that, you know, Putin is a strong leader, that, you know, he gives them some sort of, you know, ability to be excited to be here. But what does Putin ultimately think of President Trump?
You know, I'm not an expert on Vladimir Putin, but the fact of the matter is, I think he respects anyone who inhabits the Oval Office, because whomever inhabits the Oval Office commands the U.S. military, gets oversight of the U.S. economy, and the United States is a much larger, more powerful, more potent country than Russia. So Putin may have various things to think about President Trump versus President Biden versus President Obama, But at the end of the day, he's thinking about them as leader of the United States, and we're a gosh darn powerful country.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to show everyone again the room where this joint news conference is going to happen. And I was talking earlier, and I want to get your thoughts on this about how in this room, no doubt the advantage has to go to President Trump because he is so good at taking questions, both positive and negative. I mean, he really does open up his Oval Office to the media. I mean, so many times during the week. That is very different from how President Putin operates, where everything is much more controlled. And, you know, you're not going to be pretty much setting him up for negative questions if you want to, you know, continue to have a good life in Russia.
That's correct. And also President Putin is kind of famous for his 3-hour-long answers. He gets a question and he lectures you on the topic. I think this type of forum, this type of Q&A from the media, from an open media as well, also really plays to President Trump's advantage. I think it also puts, again, Russia on the back foot, having to confront, if not sincerely answer, real hard questions of a Russian policy.
Yeah, so true. And I'm so glad that you were here with us today, Josh, on this really historic day that will continue to be. And we'll wait for some of the remarks that come out and the key details of this meeting. But Josh, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
You take care. All right, everyone. We are going to continue to bring you the coverage from Alaska right here on Live Now from Fox. We're also getting some sound right now from President Trump's supporters that are in Alaska right now. Let's listen to that.
What are you trying to say? Okay. And if you look at me, not the guy. All right. The reason we're here is we supported Trump from the beginning of his campaign. We're district officers of the Republican Party for this district. We feel honored that we can come down and support President Trump. There's several Ukrainians here that live in Alaska, and they're here to support him too. We love America. We love America. Trump is the best thing that's happened to us in a long time. I've been around a long time. How do you feel about the rally? What are you seeing? How do you like the crowd? Wonderful. Yeah. We're going to be able to go back to developing the resources that are locked in here. That's what we need for America. And also about the summit today, what do you hope for? What do you hope they're going to achieve, Trump and Putin? If I was Premier Putin, I'd do a deal because Trump ain't kidding. It's going to get bad for him if he does not make a deal. What are you hoping is going to be the outcome for today? What do you want to do? Ceasefire in 30 days, negotiate a peace. I want peace, but I want it to be fair. And I think that Trump is the guy that can do that. Thank you so much. Can I have your names?
All right, some President Trump supporters there. You heard a lot of them speaking in the background, USA, USA, chanting, and again, those supporters speaking to the media ahead of that joint news conference. All right, I do want to show you the other side, the complete opposite of a President Trump supporter, Hillary Clinton, speaking about this upcoming meeting, saying if Donald Trump negotiates an end to Putin's war on Ukraine without Ukraine having to cede territory, I'll nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize myself. And I want to show just some of that sound here on Live Now.
If President Trump were the architect of that, I'd nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
We are on the precipice of a meeting between President Trump and President Putin in Alaska. Drawing on your experience as Secretary of State, if you were en route to Alaska, what would you be looking to get? What does an acceptable deal look like?
He is not meeting with a friend. He is meeting with an adversary, and an adversary who wants to see the destruction of the United States and the Western alliance. But if he could bring about the end to this terrible war where Putin is the aggressor, invading a neighbor country, trying to change the borders, if he could end it without putting Ukraine in a position where it had to concede its territory to the aggressor, had to, in a way, validate Putin's vision of greater Russia, but instead could really stand up to Putin to make it clear there must be a ceasefire, there will be no exchange of territory, and that over a period of time, Putin should be actually withdrawing from the territory he seized in order to demonstrate good faith efforts, let us say, not to threaten European security. If President Trump were the architect of that, I'd nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
All right, just some of the comments there from the former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. All right, everyone, we are going to take a 2-minute break. On Live Now from Fox. More coverage from Alaska continues in moments.
Do you actually believe that Hillary Clinton just said that she would nominate Donald Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize? I cannot believe that myself. I guess I am dreaming or imagine stuff. I do not know it. That was right. I will come back and see it in a minute. I could not believe it. Hillary Clinton said if Donald Trump is the architect of the peace deal that might happen today, it might, we don't know, she would nominate Donald Trump. Hmm. Hmm. That is new. That is refreshing. Having Hillary Clinton say that about Donald Trump. I don't know. I guess she changed her mind about Donald Trump. I guess she just don't want to go to jail. I guess she's trying to be on the good side of Donald Trump by saying those things. I guarantee you, Donald Trump, once he sees that comment, that little clip, he will be surprised himself. He'd be like, all of a sudden they want to be on the good side of Donald Trump. Interesting. Let me know your thoughts down below. I really appreciate it. Thank you for watching. We are waiting for the commercial break on Fox. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. We are back with the transmission. So let's say we have a comment from Robert saying, I hope the Ukraine leader does not sabotage this deal. Absolutely. Absolutely. I hope it does not happen. I hope he just make an agreement. I guarantee Donald Trump has a plan, meeting with Putin and probably later on meeting with Zelensky and get this deal done. Hopefully happens. Hopefully the next week or two, peace is called and ceasefire is called, and both of armies retreat from the conflict lines and call it a peace. I hope so. All right, let's get back with the transmission.
Diversity of the Ukrainian American voice, which is mostly Republican and also Democrat, are represented as well.
Have the reactions been like today from your fellow Trump supporters? What have people been saying?
Sure. So a lot of the people here support Ukraine. A lot of the people here say they want peace. And I share that hope for peace. I really need President Trump to see that Putin does not share the desire for peace. That said, there's a lot of people here who I don't really think I'm on the phone with Ukraine every day. Never before has a country like Russia taken children captive as negotiating tactics in a war. And somebody here made the false statement that Ukraine is doing the same thing. That's not true. So my role here is also to educate, because I believe that Republicans especially believe in the dignity of children, the dignity of families, the dignity of Christians, and that Russia is attacking Christians, and that people here understand why that's not tolerable.
Last question, just short, very short. What's your main hope for the outcome for the summit?
I hope that President Trump speaks with President Putin, sees that there is no diplomatic way forward. Maybe there is, but Ukraine has to be at the table for that to be feasible. And for him to really, as he has in the past, determine that so long as Russian drones are flying at Ukrainian civilian buildings, he can't negotiate with Russia. And so what that means is Ukraine needs to be able to purchase American air defenses and American weapons to have the kind of security guarantees that the U.S. is known for providing, because the United States is the strongest country in the world, and America's counting on it.
Thank you so much. Can I have your name?
Julian, H-A-Y-D-A. Julian, H-A-Y-D-A.
And you're from Anchorage?
I'm not from Anchorage. I'm from Illinois.
Okay.
But like a bunch of people are here because this is a moment of history. You know, the entire world is here in Alaska. History will be decided in the next few days, and I couldn't miss this historic moment.
So you came out just for the summit?
I did. I met people from. There was a guy. I can't see him. He was yesterday. He's a Republican from Denver. He came up. Some folks came up from Oregon. So it's
Find a place to stay?
It was. I got the very last Airbnb.
Okay. So you were that guy.
I was that guy. Sorry. Yeah. I met some folks here who rented some RVs. I met some folks who were just couch surfing. So like it's Anchorage at capacity right now.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, just some supporters there coming really from all over the country. You heard there that man from Illinois wanting to be in Anchorage as these talks are happening right now. We'll take another 2-minute break. We'll be back with more on Live Now.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Appreciate your visit here and joining us in the live stream. There are a 2-minute break. I will just keep you entertained. Thank you so much. Let me see what's going on. We are live. Instagram, TikTok, not TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Rumble, and X. On X, we are live. Right now, we are streaming. Let me know where you guys are watching from. If you are on X, please don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you are on YouTube, please do that as well. Thank you so much. That helps us out a lot. Grow the channel. Been doing this for about a year, and I'm happy that I'm doing this. Welcome to my studio, your home, mi casa. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We are living in a great times, and sometimes some wild times. So President Trump meeting with Vladimir Putin now in Alaska, Anchorage. They should go live in the summit. They should meet. I would say in probably 20, 35 minutes to an hour. Hopefully they are they broadcast their meeting and come to a peace agreement for the betterment of both nations, Ukraine and Russia, badly needed. They are saying the casualties mounting close to 1 million uh, in that casualty, and that is a lot. So right now, hey, we are back. Let me put you in so you can see. You don't miss out anything. Thank you for watching. Really appreciate it. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And
Later this evening on Live Now from Fox.
if you feel gracious enough and want to donate, let me know. I will put some QR codes here so you can donate to the channel. Right here, you can buy us a coffee. I love coffee. Thank you for that. Really appreciate
Later
it.
this evening on Live Now from Fox.
As a professional fitter, I realized most bras were not designed.
My apologies. Internet still slowing down a lot for some reason. Let me bring it back. There we go. Let me show that to you again. The internet is going crazy.
Став. І про ситуацію зараз на
Come on, internet. You can do better than that. Speed up.
які воюють. Які воюють саме там, які воюють. Міністерства закордонних справ, команда Офісу. Ми розраховуємо на парламентську дипломатію. Подякував сьогодні голові парламенту дипломатію. Подякував сьогодні голові парламенту Руслану Стефанчуку за його активність. Зараз маємо на наступні місяці оновити план зовнішньополітичної роботи. Доручив провести аудит роботи з партнерами в рамках оборонних коаліцій, коаліцій стійкості, всіх наших домовленостей. Все має працювати. І також доручив визначити конкретних відповідальних за кроки на основних наших напрямках. Є конкретний проект з партнерами, має бути конкретна людина, яка відповідає за успіх цього проекту. В понеділок я очікую доповідь від уряду по оновленому плану зовнішньополітичних кроках. Дякую всім, хто з нами, з нашим народом, хто з Україною. Дякую всім, хто працює на незалежність нашої держави, на наші сильні позиції. Слава Україні! Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці і українки. Коротко про сьогодні, звісно.
And those were the remarks earlier from President Zelensky as him. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us as we continue to bring you the latest from Alaska. We are awaiting the joint news conference that is slated for at least we are about 3 hours away from that happening between President Trump and President Putin. We will just see how the timeline goes, just how long their meeting will take. And of course, that will change when this news conference will be happening. I do want to show you a clip right now from Fox News' Brett Baer. He was on Air Force One with President Trump going to Alaska. Let's listen in to live to this right now. This is about a ceasefire possibility.
What are your expectations? I mean, is the goal of this meeting in Alaska to walk away with a ceasefire?
So when you talk about deals, it's all I do. My whole life I do deals. You never know. You don't like to have too many expectations. You want it because you have to weave and bob, and you don't know what's going to happen. But we're going to go and find out. I'd like to see a ceasefire. I wouldn't be thrilled if I didn't get it, but everyone says you're not going to get the ceasefire. It'll take place on the second meeting. The second meeting is going to be but I'm not going to be happy with that. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to be, I won't be happy if I walk away without some form of a ceasefire. Now, I say this, and I've said it from the beginning, this is really setting the table today. We're going to have another meeting if things work out, which will be very soon. Or we're not going to have any more meetings at all, maybe ever.
All right, so that is the hope there for that President Trump just said, that this meeting is going to go well and that a second meeting could happen and those talks could continue. You just heard them there that if it doesn't turn out good, there probably won't be another meeting, and that would probably be the end of President Trump trying to put an end to the war in Ukraine. So definitely when we talk about high stakes, it really, really is about the future of Ukraine and really this war as it has been progressing ever since. All right, everyone, I want to continue just to give you just the images that we have seen take place within the last hour. Should also tell you that during that Brett Baer interview with President Trump aboard Air Force One, when he noted that Clinton said that she would nominate Trump if he got the deal done and didn't have to give any land up to Russian President Vladimir Putin, President Trump says, well, that was very nice. I may have to start liking her again. Clinton appeared on the Raging Moderates podcast when she said she would nominate Trump for the award if he could convince Putin to end his war against Ukraine and give back all the territory his forces took during the conflict. Earlier, while President Putin was traveling, the Russian president stopped at a Russian memorial honoring Soviet-era cooperation with American forces during World War II ahead of his meeting in Alaska with President Donald Trump. Now, we should also tell you that President Trump will be joined by Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Secretary of State Marco Rubio and other leaders for his meeting with the Russian president. A White House official said the meeting will include Witkoff, Rubio, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and others. Russian troops make gains in Ukraine ahead of this summit. That's the latest coming from the war perspective, as Russian troops have made gains inside Ukraine in the recent days ahead of today's big summit meeting. Russian forces recently breached Ukrainian lines and continued advancing. Just on Tuesday, the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky said that Putin wants Ukraine to withdraw from the remaining 30% region that Kyiv still controls as part of a ceasefire deal. Ukraine has rejected such a deal. Also, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky said Russia continues to launch airstrikes against Ukraine despite today's upcoming meeting with President Putin and President Donald Trump. On the day of negotiations, the Russians are killing as well, and that speaks volumes, Zelensky said, and we showed you that post just a little bit ago. Not for the first time, though, European leaders are waiting to see what comes from the latest discussion between Putin and Donald Trump. There's absolute distrust in even the slightest idea that Putin wants peace because he keeps on annihilating Ukraine. That was coming from the Lithuanian defense minister. Also, the European Union made their position on President Donald Trump's land swapping push very clear following a powwow that happened earlier this week. Russia has not agreed to a full and unconditional ceasefire. We should not even discuss any concessions. That was coming from the EU policy chief in a written statement to Fox News. So we are just now in this holding pattern right now, everyone, while we await the joint news conference. And really, that is when we are going to be getting the key details and really the inner workings and learning a little bit more that came from this summit. Obviously, the U.S. as well as Ukraine, hoping that this is a very positive summit. The negative side would be that if no concessions are made and if the thought maybe is that Putin is just dragging this along and stringing America on once again. So that is just some of the worry that is happening right now, but they are going to be trying to iron out some sort of deals and really try to start putting the brakes on this war. President Trump said that it would take some time, possibly a second meeting, in order to get some more advance work done on this. But his hopes was that this would be a positive meeting and a second meeting could happen soon. And that is what he believes and is hoping for, along with European allies as well. So we'll be keeping an eye on everything for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take another 2-minute break, and we'll be back with much more. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. On this Friday edition, right now, of course, President Trump and President Putin, that summit is happening right now in Alaska. We await about 3 hours away if everything is on schedule. And remember, we have to say this, that, because of these talks that are highly fluid right now, you just don't know just if everything will be on schedule. So we say about 3 hours away. That could very much change if the meeting goes longer. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on all of that here for you. Outside of the venue, though, in Alaska, there are supporters of President Trump. There are supporters of Ukraine, and there are also some anti-Trump protests that are happening as well in Alaska. But for more on this, I want to go to the latest Fox News update.
President Trump says he's confident Russian President Vladimir Putin is ready to make a deal on a ceasefire, but he's managed expectations, saying he's prepared to walk away if Putin doesn't agree. President Trump coming face-to-face with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska for the first time since the start of his second term. The two leaders greeted each other on the tarmac at Elmendorf Air Force Base before beginning a sit-down aimed at ending the war in Ukraine.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
President Trump says the goal of these talks is not to broker a peace deal on behalf of Kyiv, but instead to get Putin to the negotiating table.
It can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this to stop the killing.
Ahead of the summit, the president said both sides will need to reach an agreement on territory before ending the war. Right now, Russia occupies nearly 1/5 of Ukraine's land and is pushing for more.
The war continues precisely because there's no order nor any intention that Moscow is preparing to end this war.
And if Putin does not make concessions soon, there could be severe economic consequences.
He really does want to avoid these tariffs and sanctions. And if the president dropped them, then that doesn't end the process.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky was not invited to this summit, but Trump hopes today will open the door for the three leaders to meet very soon. In Anchorage, Alaska, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Yeah, that is the hope there and the thought from President Trump that this meeting would go well and that a second meeting could happen probably maybe sooner than later. That is definitely the hope. All right, live look right now as we wait for the joint news conference. All eyes are going to be on this, both domestically and, of course, internationally as well. Ukraine will be waiting for these updates as really the future hangs in the balance for that country. All right, let's continue to bring you some of the very latest here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to just show you just a little bit ago, we saw our very first moments of President Trump and Putin sitting side by side for some of the cameras, and there was no remarks there by President Trump or Putin, but a lot of questions being shouted out there, but nothing was responded to there. But of course, later on, there will be questions and there will be answers from President Trump and Putin, and we all await that right there. All right, everyone, we will take another 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox as we continue to showcase and get ready for this in-demand joint news conference.
All right, guys. Hey, let me show you real quick. Let me show you real quick the video that I was talking about earlier. For the guy doing some good stuff. Let me share this screen with you. This is a guy. Oh, there you go. That's the guy right there. Let me rewind that real quick. Look at that. He got some weak legs though. What do you think? What do you think about that? That is the stupidest thing I ever seen. You get charged with a felony just because you not agree with the police. That is stupid. All right, let me know down below. What do you think about it? What's the true country? That's the place we live in now. He was fired from the DOJ just a few hours. Let me get back to the news.
A joint news conference that will be happening a little bit later this evening. My colleagues will be with you, bringing you the very latest that comes from this. Of course, the analysis on the back end from some of the experts that join us here on Live Now from Fox. We should show you one of the latest photos that the White House just released from the summit. It just says pursuing peace, and you can see the picture there of President Trump and President Putin standing with the background there saying pursuing peace. That is the theme of this joint news conference setting, and really the theme of this summit, where the hope is that President Trump could get some sort of concessions from Putin, and hoping that the end is near, or at least a discussion on the end, at least for this war that has been going on since 2022. All right, I want to now just showcase just to you a little bit more from Fox News's Brett Baer, who was traveling with President Trump to Alaska, and again, asking the question if a ceasefire is possible here.
Expectations. I mean, is the goal of this meeting in Alaska to walk away with a ceasefire?
So when you talk about deals, it's all I do. My whole life, I do deals. You never know. You don't like to have too many expectations. You want it because you have to weave and bob, and you don't know what's going to happen. But we're going to go and find out. I'd like to see a ceasefire. I wouldn't be thrilled if I didn't get it, but everyone says you're not going to get the ceasefire. It'll take place on the second meeting. The second meeting is going to be but I'm not going to be happy with that. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to be, I won't be happy if I walk away without some form of a ceasefire. Now, I say this, and I've said it from the beginning, this is really setting the table today. We're going to have another meeting if things work out, which will be very soon. Or we're not going to have any more meetings at all, maybe ever.
Yeah, and that's really the thinking of the White House and President Trump, that if this meeting does go well, there would be another meeting, and hoping maybe even that Zelensky would be a part of that as well, to try to get some sort of end to this war. Now let's show you again Lucas Tomlinson talking about the Bret Baier interview, saying President Trump saying that I won't be happy if I walk away without some form of a ceasefire. And that is really the hope that President Trump and the White House going into this meeting. Right now, you are seeing just some of the supporters of President Trump. It almost looks like what it would be outside of a campaign rally for the president. Now it's really a rally as President Trump and Putin are together. Many of his supporters coming out to show the support not only of the United States, but also President Donald Trump. Let's just listen in for a little bit.
Absolutely.
All right, just some of a little bit of the rally there that is happening in Alaska. Now what I want to do is just go back in time a little bit to earlier today. President Trump was on Air Force One, and we were getting just some of the questions back and forth. President was answering for about 5 minutes. I want to show that to you, just in case you missed it from earlier.
Of this summit today, I can't tell you that. I don't know. It's there's nothing set in stone. I want certain things. I want to see a ceasefire. This is not to do with Europe. Europe's not telling me what to do. But they're going to be involved in the process, obviously, as will Zelensky. But I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this to stop the killing. You know, we're not putting up any money. We're making money. They're buying our weapons, and we're sending them to NATO, and NATO's sending us big, beautiful checks. But that I don't care about that. I care about, it was a big factor when Biden spent $350 billion and got nothing. But what I do care about is they lost last week, 7,011 people were lost, almost all soldiers. 36 people in a town which got hit by a missile. But over 7,000 soldiers. It's crazy.
Could you describe a little bit, Mr. President, because I know you've had a lot of phone calls with President Putin. What's the difference in a face-to-face, in-person meeting?
Look, he's a smart guy, been doing it for a long time, but so have I. Been doing it for a long time. And here we are with President. That was much more difficult than what I'm doing today, believe me. So we get along. There's a good respect level on both sides, and I think, you know, something's going to come of it. I noticed he's bringing a lot of business people from Russia, and that's good. I like that because they want to do business, but they're not doing business until we get the war settled.
Are you going to talk about
business? We have the hottest country on earth. We have the hottest economy on earth. We have the hottest country. We just set a new stock market record again. We have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing in from tariffs. We're the hottest. We were a dead country, dead like doornails, a dead country. 1 year ago, we were dead as a doornail, and now we have the hottest country. And he wants a piece of that because his country is not hot economically. In fact, it's the opposite. And China's not doing well economically, but we're all, look, I want everybody to do well. The war's got to stop and the killing's got to stop.
Mr. President, what do you mean? Thank you for coming back to take questions. We saw that Russia continued its violence into Ukraine last night, launching even more drones. What did you make of that?
I think they're trying to negotiate. He's trying to set a stage. I mean, in his mind, that helps him make a better deal. It actually hurts him. But in his mind, that helps him make a better deal if they can continue the killing. Maybe it's a part of the world. Maybe it's just his fabric, his genes, his genetics. But he thinks that makes him, gives him strength in negotiating. I think it hurts him, but I'll be talking to him about it later.
On the table for discussions today, Mr. President, are the territorial swaps on the table? Will you be discussing that?
They'll be discussed, but I've got to let Ukraine make that decision. And I think they'll make a proper decision. But I'm not here to negotiate for Ukraine. I'm here to get them at a table. And I think you have two sides. Look, Vladimir Putin wanted to take all of Ukraine. If I wasn't president, he would right now be taking all of Ukraine. But he's not going to do it.
Mr. President, what did you mean?
Just one thing. What about the possibility of the United States providing security guarantees to Ukraine?
Maybe. Along with Europe and other countries. Not in the form of NATO, because that's not going to, there are certain things that aren't going to happen. But, yeah, along with Europe, there's a possibility of that.
Mr. President, the number of business people that President Putin is bringing along, is that something that you want to discuss with President Putin at this meeting?
If we make progress, I would discuss it, because that's one of the things that they would like. They'd like to get a piece of what I built in terms of the economy. Just so you know, we were a dead country with our economy. He wouldn't be interested. He wouldn't have been interested a year ago with the Biden economy. But he is interested in the Trump economy because we're doing, wait till you see when those factories start opening up. We have hundreds of factories all over the country, and that includes auto factories, AI factories, and every other. They're all coming in because they want to beat the tariffs. Because if they open here, they don't have to pay tariffs. If they don't open here, they have to pay, in some cases, 200%, 300%. I haven't even set some of the tariffs yet. I'll be setting tariffs next week and the week after on steel and on, I would say, chips. Chips and semiconductors. We'll be setting sometime next week, week after.
What are you looking at? What rate?
I'm going to have a rate that is going to be lower at the beginning. Then that gives them a chance to come in and build, and very high after a certain period of time. And if they don't build here, they have to pay a very high tariff, which doesn't work, so they'll come and build.
Mr. President, hi. You had said earlier...
I didn't see you over there. Isn't he a general?
He is nice. He's helping me out.
He's a very nice, he's one of the few nice ones, actually.
You had said earlier this week that Putin would face severe consequences if you get the sense from him that he's not interested. What do you mean by that?
Economically severe. Yes, it will be very severe. I'm not doing this for my health, okay? I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this to save a lot.
All right, so that is how it ended there on Air Force One. President Trump speaking for about 5 minutes to the reporters ahead of the joint news conference. Again, we will hear a lot from President Trump and President Putin a little bit later on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you out to a different story that we are just keeping an eye on right now. I want to take you out to Maine for some breaking news that we are monitoring. We are learning of a shooting incident that happened, and now we are learning of a shelter in place that has happened in that area. So what I'll do is I'm just going to bring up some of the video that we have had from moments ago that I could showcase to you. I want to show you the tweet by the police moments ago. Maine State Police saying state police are assisting the Windham Police Department with a shooting that occurred at approximately 1:55 today local time on Route 302 in North Windham. Anyone with information regarding this investigation is urged to call the state police at 207-624-7076. Further information will be provided as it becomes available here. So breaking news we are following for you. Just wanted to bring that to your attention. I want to show you the scene, what we are looking at, strip mall area. You see the police tape is up as well. Limited information at this time. We'll keep an eye on it for you. As soon as we get more details, we'll bring that to your attention. But again, a shelter in place is happening for this area in Maine of this active shooting investigation. All right, everyone, what we'll do is we will take our final break here of the hour. When we come back, more updates from Alaska and more insight as well as we get ready for the joint news conference. Welcome back to Live Down from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us. We come back with some more breaking news that we are following for you about the mayor of New Orleans. We are learning that the New Orleans mayor, LaToya Cantrell, indicted by federal grand jury following a lengthy corruption investigation. So here is what we know of this. Mayor LaToya Cantrell of New Orleans was charged today with going to criminal lengths to carry out a cover-up of a romantic relationship with a city police officer who had been assigned to protect her, prosecutors allege. The indictment emerged after a lengthy federal investigation into corruption that has cast a shadow over Ms. Cantrell's final term as mayor, which ends in January. She and her former bodyguard, Jeffrey Vapey, faced a combined 18 felony counts, including making false statements to a grand jury, obstruction of justice, wire fraud, and conspiracy. The indictment reflects the prosecution of two public officials alleged to have engaged in a years-long continuing fraud scheme that used public money for personal ends by exploiting their power and their authority. That is coming from the acting U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Louisiana. They perpetuated that fraud scheme, he added, by taking steps to keep individuals silent, to deceive subordinates, and to obstruct investigations into their relationship, including one conducted by a federal grand jury. Ms. Cantrell's lawyer confirmed the indictment but did not immediately comment on its contents. Mr. Vapey's lawyer did not immediately respond to a message seeking a comment. Mr. Vapey was already charged over a year ago with prosecutors accusing him of defrauding taxpayers when he was paid more than $7,000 for appearing to be on duty while he was spending personal time with the mayor. Both were married at the time. The earlier indictment did not identify Ms. Cantrell by name, but said that Mr. Vapey had carried out a relationship with the mayor of New Orleans. The charges against Ms. Cantrell add fresh turbulence to what has been a busy and complicated year for New Orleans that began with a deadly terrorist attack on New Year's Day. But the city also successfully hosted a Super Bowl for the first time in a decade and has experienced a continuing decline in its murder rate. So we'll keep an eye on this story for you, breaking out in New Orleans on this Friday. We want to now continue to bring you the latest from Alaska. Again, we are waiting for this joint news conference between President Putin and President Trump. We do have supporters of President Trump outside of the venue. You see Pray for Peace. You have President Trump flags, American flags. Let's listen in. All right, just some fans there of President Trump, as well as Ukrainian supporters as well, right outside of the venue in Alaska where this summit is happening. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here, coming up on a new hour as we are awaiting about 2.5 hours away from the joint news conference. And we already saw President Trump and President Putin together. We saw them come down the steps of their respective planes and then meeting, and we saw the handshake as well. And then they went in President Trump's presidential limo, the Beast, for a short ride to the summit that's already on the base there. Right now, I want to show you that. That was the look there of the Beast right there that took President Trump and Putin together riding. So I want to continue to get more analysis here for you, insight on this meeting. It is happening now. We all await, really the world awaits, to see what is going to come from this meeting, if anything. So let's bring in our next guest to help break it down. This is Daniel Treisman, professor of political science at UCLA. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. And yes, the eyes of the world are watching this right now.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. It's a historic summit, obviously, and we have to wait and see what comes out of it at the press conference in a few hours. Clearly, the stakes are very high, but at the same time, it'll be very difficult to reach any lasting agreement when the parties start out so distant in their aims. And we don't really know what the opening bid that Trump was planning to introduce would be. We know that Putin has many times said that he's not willing to relinquish any territory that the Russian troops have occupied so far. So it will take really unusually good diplomacy to move to move him towards the Ukrainian position.
Do you think there's any way to get Putin closer to the idea of ending the war, or at least starting to wind it down? For Putin, it seems that he is always a masterclass of lying and manipulation. How hard is it to have a conversation with someone who is so deceitful?
Well, it's very hard, and it requires excellent preparation. So I hope there was a lot of thought about the likely tricks that Putin will have brought with him. But there is a way to move his position. It's been shown over and over that he does respond to strong pressure. And the way to lead to some kind of softening of the Russian position would be to make it clear that U.S. support for Ukraine is steadfast, it's not going to go away, and that the U.S. Weapons, even if they're not funded by the U.S., will continue to be supplied via the Europeans for as long as it takes. And so if Putin realizes that the economic sanctions are going to get tighter and tighter, and military support for Ukraine is going to continue, then maybe he will rethink how much he can get. At the moment, he wants more. He wants to take more territory. He wants to occupy the full extent of the four oblasts, 4 regions of Ukraine where Russian invading troops are. And he doesn't see any reason to stop. He's making progress on the ground at the moment. The troops are moving forward. So I think at most, unless there's strong pressure, he'll be willing to agree to some very minor concessions, possibly a very temporary ceasefire.
And I mean, what are some of the counters that the U.S., that President Trump and his team can do if Putin just flat out says, no, I don't want to give up any of the territory that we gained during this war?
Well, for starters, they could put sanctions and enforce sanctions against these ships, many of them underinsured, which are ferrying Russian oil through the Baltic Sea and selling it around the world. If you really do more to cut off the Russian oil exports, that would be something that Putin would feel. And of course, President Trump has talked about imposing high tariffs on India if it continues to buy Russian oil. There are more measures of that type. So tightening the economic pressure, and most important, remove this ambiguity about whether the U.S. is going to stand by Ukraine militarily. Of course, without the U.S. directly getting involved, but supplying weapons, providing intelligence. If Putin knows that the Ukrainians are going to have the wherewithal to basically fight back and fight the Russian troops successfully, then I think Putin will have to think again.
And now let's talk a little bit about the perspective from Ukraine. They are waiting for the key details of this meeting. They feel like they should be inside the meeting talking about this, since they are so heavily involved. I mean, their country was invaded. What perspective do they have, just trying to read the tea leaves just like everybody else is right now?
Well, of course, they're very anxious, and it's an uncomfortable situation. Can you imagine if Americans were watching 2 other countries negotiate over how to carve up some territory within the U.S.? Of course, it's just to have these talks is implicitly questioning Ukraine's sovereignty. So I think it's very important that Ukraine be involved. Now, President Trump spoke to the Europeans by video link, and also to President Zelensky by video link the other day. That was good. Everybody said that conversation went very well. So President Trump is aware of the Ukrainian position and the European position, and it's to be hoped that those positions have shaped his own view of how to proceed in these negotiations.
Yeah, that's so well said there, and we all continue to wait for this joint news conference. What are some things to be looking at? Not only what is being said, but can we glean anything from the body language that we'll be looking at during this joint news conference?
Well, both men have very distinctive body language. You can usually tell what they're thinking, what they're feeling. So, yeah, I think body language may be important, but what they say will be even more important. And if you remember the 2018 Helsinki summit, aides to President Trump at that time were quite optimistic, quite positive about how the summit had gone until the press conference. And then at the press conference, President Trump, I think, got aggravated by questions about the 2016 election, and the direction of the press conference changed. So I think the press conference will be a quite unpredictable moment when even if they've even if the negotiations have proceeded down some reasonable track, the subjects that the leaders take up may end up being much broader than the narrow issues of a ceasefire in Ukraine.
And Daniel, we're seeing some of the framing that the White House is putting out on their social media channels, already calling this historic, with a picture of President Trump and Putin coming down the red carpet there. Is it a little bit too early to call it historic, or is that still the right sense here as we are seeing this meeting taking place on American soil?
Well, it's obviously a very big deal. It's the first meeting between Putin and any major leader from the West since he invaded Ukraine 3.5 years ago. So it's a very significant moment. And it's not just the White House that is billing this as a historic, important event. Russian state news is doing exactly the same, and perhaps even more so. For the Kremlin PR machinery, this is an amazingly good moment. It's an opportunity to show all Russians that, in fact, their leader is internationally respected, even if the West would like to isolate President Putin after the invasion. They can't afford not to talk to him. And so there he is, back again on U.S. soil and playing the kind of great power role that Russians believe their leader should be playing.
Yeah, we will all definitely be watching here in the next couple of hours. The world will be as well. Daniel Treisman, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox, giving us some great perspective leading up to the big event.
My pleasure.
Take care. All right, everyone, we'll take another 2-minute break. We'll be back with more in just moments. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox, continuing to wait here for the joint news conference from President Trump and President Putin. We are also keeping an eye on some major stories that we are following for you, including the latest on the takeover in D.C. By the federal government on the Metropolitan Police. Attorney General Pamela Bondi putting this out on X, saying an update: 189 arrests in D.C. and counting, 2 homicide suspects, 17 drug traffickers, 39 illegal gun offenders, 2 sexual predators, 75 ICE arrests. This is what happens when you actually enforce the law. We're taking back our nation's capital. Together, we will make D.C. beautiful and safe again. I want to take you now out to D.C. That is where we are hearing from Mayor Bowser right now, as the district has sued President Trump over the takeover. We just losing her right now, but we were rolling on it. So I am going to bring that back here for you on Live Now from Fox, and we will listen in. So let's just go back, play out the tape from the beginning.
Clear that under the Home Rule Act, the authority to appoint a chief of police sits squarely with the mayor, and that the right to control the local policing of our city sits with the mayor and the chief of police, notwithstanding the government, the president, and the attorney general's efforts to suggest that they had taken control of our police force and put somebody in to run our police force. I'm very gratified that the judge today recognized that that is flagrantly illegal, that it violates the clear language of the Home Rule Act, and that for all intents and purposes, the chief of police remains the chief of police. Pamela Smith, appointed by the mayor, confirmed by the council, remains the chief of police for the District of Columbia, in command and control of the more than 3,100 professional officers that work for MPD. My sincere hope is that we don't have to be back fighting over this issue again. The government, the federal government, recognizing that the judge was going to have to make a ruling on this issue, actually withdrew and said that they're going to rewrite the language that suggested that the person from the DEA was running the police department, which was illegal and clearly not going to happen. So the key for today is to know that our effort to avoid a hostile takeover of our police force is not going to happen. Chief Smith remains in control of the police department under the supervision of our mayor. Very important win for Home Rule today.
I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I am pleased to stand with our Attorney General, Brian Schwab, and his capable team at the Office of the Attorney General, as well as members of my team. We are grateful for the hard work that was done when we received an order late into the evening, yesterday evening, that we read as plainly against the Home Rule Charter. Our teams worked throughout the night. The judge herself commented on the hard work that was done and presented in the cases made. And I am encouraged by the judge's remarks and the federal government making the changes that were suggested, and the judge's willingness to rule if that's not satisfactory. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take about questions. My expectation is that the key issue with respect to control and command of our MPD has been resolved today, and that it is clear as a matter of law that it is under the chief of police appointed by the mayor.
Hey, Brian, Bob Barnard over here from Fox 5. Are you concerned at all that when President Trump gets wind of what the judge ruled, he's going to come right back and do it again?
Look, well, all we can do as local officials elected and accountable to the residents of the District of Columbia is to stand up for home rule and our law. Even the President of the United States, even the Attorney General of the United States needs to comply with the law. And the Home Rule Charter and the Home Rule Act is very clear with respect to when the President can request limited services of MPD, limited by time, limited by emergency circumstances, and limited for federal purposes. And in all cases, those services must be requested to the mayor to be provided by the chief of police, not a hostile takeover of our police. And if it means standing up to the president, standing up to the attorney general to ensure that the laws of our country are followed, we will do that. My hope is that we do not have to be back here relitigating it. Our local law enforcement has worked collaboratively with federal law enforcement from time immemorial. This is nothing new, and it's part of what the residents of the District of Columbia deserve is a cohesive law enforcement effort, MPD with our federal enforcement partners. We don't need a hostile takeover from the federal government to do what we do every day. And my hope is we can get past this and get back to doing the hard work of continuing to drive crime down in our city, because any crime in our city is too much. We have to continue to be focused on that, and my hope is that we've put that to bed today.
Mr. Attorney General, Madam Mayor, what's your expectation of what happens with both the homeless in the district and people without status? Do they both need to be worried that D.C. police are now enforcing rules that prior to this they've not been?
Look, we know that the law under the Home Rule Act allows the federal government during a course of an emergency to request the services of MPD in furtherance of a federal purpose. And whether it's clearing encampments that are adjacent to or near federal land or that might interfere with federal employees, if it's enforcement of immigration laws that are under the federal, we will have to confront that as it comes. We have made very clear, very clear that we have laws in our city and that the services that MPD provides in furtherance of a request from the president, those services must comply with the law.
Mr. Attorney General, Luke Barr with ABC News. Are you, over here, are you surprised? Can you, first of all, take us inside, right here, Mr. Can you take us inside the negotiations with the Justice Department? It was a prolonged negotiation. What was that? What were those conversations like? And then for the mayor, were you surprised to see the Attorney General's memo and executive order last night, given the sort of what appeared to be cooperation between federal and state, authorities?
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about the confidential settlement discussions and negotiations that went on today.
We were surprised. I think you know that we reached out immediately to the Attorney General as the President's designee. We had a productive meeting. She described it as a productive meeting. And without notice, we got the order.
News here. Are you concerned about potentially escalating tensions between the federal agents and D.C. residents as we go into this weekend?
What we know is that D.C. residents are worried and concerned, and we have a surge of federal officers. Chief Smith's job during this week has been to make sure that if we have and while we have federal officers, that they are being used strategically. And while we aren't controlling them, we do have the ability to influence how they're being deployed.
Mayor Bowser. Thanks. No more questions. Thank you, everybody.
Mayor Bowser and other D.C. officials talking about the lawsuit as well as the federal takeover. We always try to showcase some of the latest top stories that are happening. Of course, the big one out in Alaska. We are awaiting that joint news conference a little over 2 hours away. We'll be back with more. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. The world is watching out in Alaska right now. We are awaiting key details as the summit right now between President Trump and President Putin is happening, and we are awaiting that joint news conference that will be happening in about 2 hours. So we will now listen to a little bit more of supporters speaking outside of the venue. Let's listen in.
Trump says it's not his war. It's true, didn't start on his watch, but he can certainly end it. The Ukrainians are willing to work with the Europeans to buy the kinds of weapons that they need to defend themselves. And all we have to do is demonstrate that strength, because Putin can't be trusted. And so, you know, George Bush once looked in the eye of President Putin, said he could see his soul. I hope that President Trump looks in the eye of President Putin, sees that he doesn't want any peace. I think that much is obvious to people who are following this closely, and we believe that President Trump, you know, if he, for example, makes sure that Ukraine has the weapons it needs, that Ukraine is willing to pay for, and that he makes sure that Putin releases the 20,000 captive children that he has, then he absolutely should get a Nobel Peace Prize.
Why did you decide to send this message at this Trump rally here? I mean, maybe just some...
Look, I mean, Ukrainians have largely been Republicans over the last several decades. You know, when President Reagan said he wanted to defeat the evil empire, a lot of Ukrainians were like, yes, absolutely. Ukrainians felt seen by that and heard by that. And so I think I would love a sticker. Thank you. And so, you know, Ukraine is, I think, something that everybody can believe in. Ukrainians want freedom. They're fighting for freedom. There aren't people who don't understand the value of something like the Second Amendment more than people who've had to defend their own homes. And so I think that this is a message that every American should hear, and I'm deeply sad that this has become a partisan issue. And I feel like it's my responsibility to make sure that Ukrainian voices are heard, and that the diversity of the Ukrainian American voice, which is mostly Republican and also Democrat, are represented as well.
How have the reactions been like today from your fellow Trump supporters? What have people been saying?
Sure. So a lot of the people here support Ukraine. A lot of the people here say they want peace. And I share that hope for peace. I really need President Trump to see that Putin does not share the desire for peace. That said, there's a lot of people here who I don't really think kind of understand what's going on. I mean, I'm on the phone with Ukraine every day. You know, never before has a country like Russia taken children captive as negotiating tactics in a war. And somebody here made the false statement that Ukraine is doing the same thing. That's not true. So I see my role here is also to educate, because I believe that Republicans especially believe in the dignity of children, the dignity of families, the dignity of Christians, and that Russia is attacking children, attacking Christians, and that people here understand why that's not tolerable.
And last question, just short, very short, what's your main hope for the outcome for the summit today?
I hope that President Trump speaks with President Putin, sees that there is no diplomatic way forward. Maybe there is, but Ukraine has to be at the table for that to be feasible. And for him to really, as he has in the past, determine that so long as Russian drones are flying at Ukrainian civilian buildings, he can't negotiate with Russia. And so what that means is Ukraine needs to be able to purchase American air defenses and American weapons to have the kind of security guarantees that the U.S. is known for providing, because the United States is the strongest country in the world, and America is counting on that.
Thank you so much.
Sure, my name is Julian.
All right, a supporter there from Illinois in Alaska today in support of Ukraine, and hopefully hearing some news of a winding down of the war. The hope for President Trump today was that a second meeting would be achieved, and now we look here at the room where the joint news conference will take place a little more than 2 hours from now. We'll be back in just moments with more on Live Now. back here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, on this Friday edition as we get you ready for the big President Trump, President Putin summit, as well as the joint news conference that will be happening in just a little bit. Absent, of course, in a big void is the Ukrainian president, Vladimir Zelensky. He spoke and posted this on social media earlier today. Let's listen in.
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці, українки. Коротко про сьогодні. Звісно, отримую доповідь від нашої розвідки, від дипломатів про підготовку зустрічі на Алясці, про те, з чим їде Путін. Ми отримуємо також доповідь з регіонів України після російських ударів. Суми, російський удар по центральному ринку, Дніпровщина, удари по містах та підприємствах, Запоріжжя, Херсонщина, Донеччина, свідомі російські удари. Війна триває саме через те, що немає не тільки наказу, але й сигналів про підготовку Москви завершувати цю війну. В день перемовин вони теж вбивають, і це багато говорить. Напередодні ми обговорили зі Сполученими Штатами Америки, з європейцями, що дійсно може спрацювати. Усім потрібне чесне закінчення війни. Україна готова працювати максимально продуктивно, щоб завершити війну. Сподіваємось на сильну позицію Америки. Все буде від цього залежати. Росіяни зважають на американську силу. Саме на силу. Продовжуємо координацію з нашими партнерами в Європі. Говорив сьогодні з президентом Франції Макроном. Команда також контактує. Різниця в часі з Аляскою 11 годин. Тож завтрашній день для всіх в Європі почнеться рано. Готуємось до відповідних розмов. Росія має закінчити війну, яку сама ж і почала, і затягувала на роки. Припинення вбивств потрібне. Зустріч лідерів потрібна, щонайменше Україна, Америка, російська сторона. Саме в такому форматі можливі ефективні рішення. Гарантії безпеки потрібні, тривалий мир дуже потрібен. Всі знають ключові цілі. Я хочу подякувати кожному, хто допомагає досягти реальних результатів. Провів ставку і про ситуацію зараз на фронті, у забезпеченні нашої армії, а також довгостроково армія має бути контрактною. І перехід до саме цього має початись вже зараз. Головком доповів про наші активні дії, всі напрямки, особливо Покровський та Запорізький напрямки. Українські воїни вичищають від окупанта позиції в районі Добропілля, і це дуже важливо. Є результат. Російський намір був показати силу перед Аляскою. Фактично для окупанта це закінчується його знищенням. Я дякую нашим 79-й та 82-й десантно-штурмовим бригадам, які воюють саме там, які воюють на напрямку Добропілля. 2-й батальйон 92-ї окремої штурмової бригади. Дякую вам, хлопці. 14-та бригада оперативного призначення Національної гвардії України. Дякую хлопцям з Азову. Також 32-га окрема механізована бригада, 38-ма бригада морської піхоти захищають позиції саме там, на Донеччині. Дякую всім вам. Також вдячність 1-му та 425-му штурмовим полкам. Відзначу наших воїнів на Сумщині. Це передусім 95-та бригада, 225-й штурмовий полк. Дякую. Сьогодні ж провів нараду з нашими дипломатами Міністерства закордонних справ, команда Офісу. Ми розраховуємо на парламентську дипломатію. Подякував сьогодні голові парламенту Руслану Стефанчуку за його активність. Зараз маємо на наступні місяці оновити план зовнішньополітичної роботи. Доручив провести аудит роботи з партнерами в рамках оборонних коаліцій, коаліцій стійкості всіх наших домовленостей. Все має працювати. І також доручив визначити конкретних відповідальних за кроки на основних наших напрямках. Є конкретний проект з партнерами, має бути конкретна людина, яка відповідає за успіх цього проекту. В понеділок я очікую доповідь від уряду по оновленому плану зовнішньополітичних кроків. Дякую всім, хто з нами, з нашим народом, хто з Україною, дякую всім, хто працює на незалежність нашої держави, на наші сильні позиції. Слава Україні!
That was Zelensky earlier today posting on social media. I do want to show you Dan Scavino, an aide to President Trump, saying happening now, 5:25 Eastern time there, that President Trump, Secretary Rubio, and Steve Witkoff are still meeting behind closed doors with President Putin and the Russian delegation here at the joint base out in Anchorage, Alaska. So all eyes continue on this meeting that is playing out. We will take another 2-minute break. We will be back with more on Live Now. Back to Live Now from Fox. We continue to wait for key details coming from the summit in Alaska from President Trump and President Putin. I want to show you just some of the back and forth between President Trump and reporters on Air Force One as he was heading to Alaska.
The summit today. I can't tell you that. I don't know. It's there's nothing set in stone. I want certain things. I want to see a ceasefire. This is not to do with Europe. Europe's not telling me what to do. But they're going to be involved in the process, obviously, as will Zelensky. But I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this to stop the killing. You know, we're not putting up any money. We're making money. They're buying our weapons, and we're sending them to NATO, and NATO's sending us big, beautiful checks. But that I don't care about that. I care about it was a big factor when Biden spent $350 billion and got nothing. But what I do care about is they lost last week 7,011 people were lost, almost all soldiers. 36 people in a town which got hit by a missile, but over 7,000 soldiers. It's crazy.
Could you describe a little bit, Mr. President, because I know you've had a lot of phone calls with President Putin. What's the difference in a face-to-face, in-person meeting?
No different. Look, he's a smart guy, been doing it for a long time, but so have I. Been doing it for a long time. And here we are, we're president. That was much more difficult than what I'm doing today, believe me. So we get along. There's a good respect level on both sides. And I think, you know, something's going to come of it. I noticed he's bringing a lot of business people from Russia. And that's good. I like that because they want to do business, but they're not doing business until we get the war settled.
Are you going to talk about business?
Business. We have the hottest country on earth. We have the hottest economy on earth. We have the hottest country. We just set a new stock market record again. We have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing in from tariffs. We're the hottest. We were a dead country, dead like doornails, a dead country. 1 year ago, we were dead as a doornail, and now we have the hottest country. And he wants a piece of that because his country is not hot economically. In fact, it's the opposite. And China's not doing well economically, but we're all, look, I want everybody to do well. The war's got to stop and the killing's got to stop.
Mr. President, what do you mean by thank you for coming back to take questions. We saw that Russia continued its violence into Ukraine last night, launching even more drones. What did you make of that?
I think they're trying to negotiate. He's trying to set a stage. I mean, in his mind, that helps him make a better deal. It actually hurts him. But in his mind, that helps him make a better deal if they can continue the killing. Maybe it's a part of the world. Maybe it's just his fabric, his genes, his genetics. But he thinks that makes him, gives him strength in negotiating. I think it hurts him, but I'll be talking to him about it later.
It's on the table for discussions today, Mr. President. Are the territorial swaps on the table? Will you be discussing that?
They'll be discussed, but I've got to let Ukraine make that decision. And I think they'll make a proper decision. But I'm not here to negotiate for Ukraine. I'm here to get them at a table. And I think you have two sides. Look, Vladimir Putin wanted to take all of Ukraine. If I wasn't president, he would right now be taking all of Ukraine. But he's not going to do it.
Mr. President, what did you mean?
Just one thing. What about the possibility of the United States providing security guarantees to Ukraine?
Maybe. Along with Europe and other countries. Not in the form of NATO, because that's not going to, there are certain things that aren't going to happen. But, yeah, along with Europe, there's a possibility of that.
Mr. President, you mentioned the number of business people that President Putin is bringing along. Is that something that you want to discuss with President Putin at this meeting?
Yeah, if we make progress, I would discuss it, because that's one of the things that they would like. They'd like to get a piece of what I built in terms of the economy. Just so you know, we were a dead country with our economy. He wouldn't be interested. He wouldn't have been interested a year ago with the Biden economy. But he is interested in the Trump economy because wait till you see when those factories start opening up. We have hundreds of factories all over the country, and that includes auto factories, AI factories, and every other. They're all coming in because they want to beat the tariffs. Because if they open here, they don't have to pay tariffs. If they don't open here, they have to pay, in some cases, 200%, 300%. I haven't even set some of the tariffs yet. I'll be setting tariffs next week and the week after on steel and on, I would say, chips. Chips and semiconductors. We'll be setting sometime next week, week after.
What are you looking at? What rate?
I'm going to have a rate that is going to be lower at the beginning. Then that gives them a chance to come in and build, and very high after a certain period of time. And if they don't build here, they have to pay a very high tariff, which doesn't work, so they'll come and build.
Mr. President, hi. You had said earlier...
I didn't see you over there. Isn't he a general?
He's helping me out.
He's a very nice, he's one of the few nice ones, actually.
You had said earlier this week that Putin would face severe consequences if you get the sense from him that he's not interested. What do you mean by that?
Economically severe. Yes, it will be very severe. I'm not doing this for my health, okay? I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this.
President Trump speaking ahead of the summit there. We wanted to bring some of that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up in moments, we'll have more insight and analysis on this summit and the remarks that we will hear soon from President Trump and Putin. We'll be back on Live Now from Fox in moments. everyone. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace, gearing you up for the big in-demand joint news conference that we will all be seeing right here on Live Now from Fox between President Trump, President Putin, and the Pursuing Peace Summit out in Alaska. I want to show you just a little bit of the interview of Brett Baer had with President Trump on Air Force One heading to the summit.
I mean, is the goal of this meeting in Alaska to walk away with a ceasefire?
So when you talk about deals, it's all I do. My whole life I do deals. You never know. You don't like to have too many expectations. You want it because you have to weave and bob, and you don't know what's going to happen. But we're going to go and find out. I'd like to see a ceasefire. I wouldn't be thrilled if I didn't get it, but everyone says you're not going to get the ceasefire. It'll take place on the second meeting. The second meeting is going to be but I'm not going to be happy with that. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to be, I won't be happy if I walk away without some form of a ceasefire. Now, I say this, and I've said it from the beginning, this is really setting the table today. We're going to have another meeting if things work out, which will be very soon. Or we're not going to have any more meetings at all, maybe ever.
All right, that was a little bit there from Brett Baer speaking to President Trump on Air Force One. Now I want to show you the latest from Rebecca Castor of Fox News.
And he's off. President Trump on his way to Anchorage, Alaska to meet face-to-face with Russian President Vladimir Putin. His social media post this morning says it all. High stakes.
He wants to sit down and look the Russian president in the eye and see what progress can be made to move the ball forward to end this brutal war and to restore peace.
Speaking with reporters on Air Force One, the president sounds hopeful that Putin is ready to come to the table.
There's a good respect level on both sides, and I think, something's going to come of it. I noticed he's bringing a lot of business people from Russia. And that's good. I like that because they want to do business, but they're not doing business until we get the war settled.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will not be part of today's discussions and says he's counting on America. If things go well, a second meeting with all three leaders could take place soon.
It's extraordinarily difficult to predict how things are ultimately going to turn out. There's no evidence that Vladimir Putin is interested in a ceasefire or a peace deal.
If Putin isn't ready for peace, Trump says there will be severe consequences.
Economically severe, yes, it will be very severe. I'm not doing this for my health, okay? I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this to save a lot of lives.
Dividing up land will be a key sticking point to ending this war. President Trump says that will be discussed today, but Ukraine will ultimately have the final say on giving up territory. In Washington, Rebecca.
All right, Rebecca Castor, thanks so much for that. We'll take another 2-minute break, and we will be back with more in moments. welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us as the summit is happening right now in Alaska. We are awaiting the big joint news conference between Trump and Putin that is expected to happen in the next 90 minutes or so. In the meantime, we want to continue to get more insight and analysis. And let's go out right now to the heart of the action out in Anchorage, Alaska. We find Niall Gardiner with the Heritage Foundation. Thanks so much for joining us on Live Now. And again, wow, this is a huge summit that is happening. President Trump, before leaving on Air Force One, said high stakes, and he meant it.
Well, it's great to be on the show today. Many thanks for having me. And as President Trump mentioned, this is indeed a very high stakes summit, hugely important, historic in so many respects. And President Trump really is leading from a position of strength. He's the only figure in the world who can force Vladimir Putin to the negotiating table. And I do think the president deserves great credit for his willingness to seek to bring an end to one of the most brutal wars that we've seen in many decades in Ukraine. Of course, this is a war that the Russians started. This is a war of aggression by Putin. And President Trump is sending a very clear message that there needs to be an immediate ceasefire and an end to the hostilities. And so that, I think, is very much the essence of what the president is telling his Russian counterpart today. End the war, save lives, bring about peace, and let's see an end to the bloodshed there.
And President Trump has said the goal really for this meeting is so that there will be another meeting soon so they could get closer to winding down this war. What are the steps needed to make a second meeting possible?
Well, that's a very good question. And President Trump has made it very clear, of course, that the Ukrainians need a seat at the table for the next big summit. And of course, any kind of territorial discussions with regard to the future of Ukraine have to be decided between the Ukrainians and of course the Russians as well. And so this summit really is laying the groundwork for that. President Trump had a very successful meeting earlier this week by phone with European leaders and also with Zelensky as well. And I think that the message being sent by the White House is that more talks and discussions will be required. This meeting today is really laying the foundation for a peace settlement be put in place. But the Ukrainians, of course, will have to have a seat at that table. Zelensky will be intricately involved in any discussions about the future of Ukraine. And the president ruled out any discussion about territorial swaps in today's meeting.
And what have you seen out and about in Anchorage today leading up to the summit? I think a lot of people are out there and wondering, what the next steps are to this war.
Well, there have been some limited, protests on the streets of Anchorage. Not a large number of protesters, I have to say. But I do think that, just talking to ordinary people on the streets here, most Americans want to see peace in Ukraine and end to the war. And I think the silent majority are very supportive of what the president wants to do here. And the president is very serious, really, about saving large numbers of lives. That's a very noble goal and aim here. And I do think that the president is emerging really as the world's peacemaker in chief in many respects. At the same time, as we saw with regard to the U.S. military action against Iran, the president is perfectly willing to use U.S. military power to defend vital U.S. national interests and national security. At the same time, the president is willing to invest every ounce of his energy in bringing about peace also at the same time. So this is a president who, like Ronald Reagan, is determined to deliver peace through strength. And President Trump, in huge contrast to Joe Biden previously, President Trump is able to actually deliver that. I do think that Joe Biden was a very weak-kneed president, half asleep on the world stage. President Trump is a high energy leader who wants to deliver real peace and deliver real results. And I hope that will be the outcome of today's meeting, but also the discussions that we're going to see in the weeks ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. The world definitely wants to see it. Ukraine will be listening in, and we all will be in about 90 minutes or so. Niall, great to speak with you out in Alaska today covering this. We appreciate it on Live Down from Fox.
My pleasure. Many thanks.
You take care. All right, everyone. In just moments, my colleague Andrew Kraft will be with you for the next several hours, getting you ready for the In Demand Joint News Conference. In the meantime, I do want to take you out to Alaska here. It looks like a rally is going on for Ukraine. Let's listen in right now on Live Now.
So, hey, welcome. Hey, brother, how you doing?
Oh, good. How are you doing yourself?
Finally, you're back. I feel lonely. Look who's back there.
Oh, hi. Well, look. Here goes Freddie.
Freddy. Te llama Freddy.
Freddie, he's ready.
Camilo, say something. You gotta say something, Camilo.
Hi. Look to the camera, Camilo.
Camilo, look who's there. That's Freddy.
Yeah.
That's Freddy. All right, man. Hey, this is an historic event. I was talking earlier, took a little break, and I was here just monitor the stream, and I was thinking about Donald Trump meeting with Putin is the beginning of the peace talks. I mean, we are now moving forward with the peace talks today. Now they're doing their own summit right now, and they're about to move on to kind of reveal what they talked about at the summit. And Donald Trump said it as he was flying in to Anchorage that he would like to settle the peace deal, then talk the business right afterwards. And that's a good stuff. So hopefully they come to a mutual agreement between concessions between Putin and Trump, and then probably Trump will bring, like you mentioned before, he'll probably bring Zelensky, be like, hey, this is a deal. Let's sit together. Let's close this deal and get it done and over with. What are your thoughts?
Man, I want to be optimistic, but I don't know. You were playing earlier where Zelensky was on the phone with, I want to say with Fox News, but he was already talking massive crap, and he said, I don't feel confident, this and that. See, the thing is, everybody saying, well, whoever wins the war pays for the damages, right? But that only applies to people that are within the United Nations, right? Who's part of the Geneva Convention. Is Russia part of that? I mean, he's not owed, to do none of that,
Yep.
And so again, you're like Trump was telling Zelensky, you don't have the cards, bro. You honestly don't. Unfortunately, yeah, it's not what's that word? It's not right what Putin's doing, but at the same time, what's the alternative to this? Are we're going to join a war three to justify? Like, I think Donald Trump will probably get Putin to relinquish some of the territory, and I say some because Putin's also going to tell him, "Hey, I got to make sure I look strong against my constituents, so I can't really give you everything because then what was the whole point of what I did, right?" So
That's a
I
good point,
think,
though.
yeah, so I honestly, what do you guys are, for all you guys that are like always, Ukraine and Russia can't get anything. I mean, the only thing that I can see that Trump might do, which the people that are all for Ukraine are probably going to be against, is probably Trump's going to be what a businessman does. Hey, we'll tell you what, I'll open the doors for your business. Your country will flourish. Give back the land. Don't, if you have to pay for the rebuild, whatever, it's fine. I'll open avenues so you'll be the next China, or, I'll give you this and that, or we'll make a trade deal within you guys, and I'll unsanction the other countries to motivate to do business with you. So that's a good deal too on itself. But then, do we want Russia to be a superpower? And so I'm sorry, it looks like Ukraine's going to be the scapegoat, and I don't think Zelensky is going to like that. So
That's true. That's true. And the way you see, I don't know if you catch Donald Trump and Putin meeting for the first time at the airport.
oh yeah, I seen Putin was eager to meet with Trump, not
Yeah,
Trump with Putin.
yeah,
That's a power move right there, dude.
yeah. Trump just sat there. He didn't walk away from the from the red carpet. He just stood there, like, come to me.
Yeah.
And that was a big move from Donald Trump. I mean, Donald Trump project power from a non-verbal stance. He would just stand his ground and, hey, come over here, shake my hand. And I saw Putin eyeballing the F-22s. Have you seen?
Hey,
Do you
yeah,
see
I
him?
know, dude, I know. But
Yeah, he looked at.
here's the thing too, Julio, and I know you captured it, and I know JJ Carroll would capture it, and people that are like, I hate to use the buzzword, but the alpha male mentality. But like you said, Trump stood in the red carpet, let Putin come to him to show eagerness, but at the same time, then he showed the humbleness of Trump. And people probably aren't aware of this, and you probably missed it, or you probably seen it. But normal Trump will always shake
Jake.
on top of the person. But this time Trump did this. He went
Yeah,
below. He went below and let Putin go on top. So with that, just that little gesture there, it's kind of like saying, I'm respecting you too. See how Trump is underneath instead of him usually always shaking from the top. So Trump right there is actually giving him respect because Putin gave him the respect to come to him. So it's
yeah,
just like, dude, it's just, these are power moves, dude.
yeah.
It's exciting because, it is historic. As many people want to downplay it, it's historic because he's coming to meet with the president that started this war. And I don't think I don't think he came when Biden was president. So,
No, they
um,
didn't. They didn't even meet once. I think Biden. I think they meet with Putin via couple times. I think not Putin. Zelensky came to the White House to ask for money, and he left with a check pretty much
mm.
every time he came with Biden. Plus, we gave a lot of military hardware to Ukraine, but nevertheless, Donald Trump, like you were mentioned, Donald Trump did not yank, like, he usually bring people in and just yank him. He didn't do that to Putin. He just let him walk in and, check his
And
hand
then
like normal.
undershake,
Yeah, he did it the undershake, not the
Yeah,
over.
he didn't do the over what he normally does.
Yeah, like he do like the straight and then he just flip over and yank you in.
Yep.
Like that's what he does a lot. But he didn't do it this time. He just like went straight and under and shook his pat him on the shoulder and walked together. And that's a move that you do as, like, concession and grace and, like, welcome you in, and that's a good thing, like a good host. So I believe they're gonna have a lot of talk, one on one and whatnot. I can't wait for the next probably hour when they're coming out
Well,
some.
yeah, because remember, right now the negotiations are happening. The talks about like, hey, let me do this, and Putin's probably gonna be like, I can't do that,
Yep.
because what kind of, and see, this is why, for all you people that don't like Trump, uh, if Trump gets everything that we want, that is a power move. Like, that is like the best negotiation. The art of the deal is again vindicated that he is the chief of that, because imagine, put yourself as Putin. I started this war,
Hmm.
and if I got to come back and give back the territories and then pay for the reconstruction, like, what face am I gonna look to my people that claim that they worship me, right? Or or have a respect of me as their governor leader? Like, then what was that war for? If we're just gonna lose people, and so he
Or
can't
nothing.
go
Yeah.
back. So if Trump gets, basically what I'm saying, if Trump gets everything that I guess everybody, to make everybody happy, dude, Trump's in another level of negotiations.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. He's the goat.
I'm not that optimistic, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It's
I believe they're gonna come to an agreement. It's gonna be hard. I believe Putin, it will be easier to basically have a deal done with Putin. I think Zelensky will be the actual troublemaker. It would be
Me
hard to
too.
make a deal because he do not understand. Like you were mentioned, he don't have all the cards. I mean,
Yeah, he's not in a position.
he's not in the position, and he do not understand it. I understand that he want to look good in front of his people and whatnot, but he do not have everything. I mean, he does not have the infrastructure to keep fighting. He does not have the money. He doesn't have the
He's
manpower.
sending senior citizens, dude. Like
I
that.
know. I
That's
mean,
bad.
they're already done for at least 3 generations to rebuild the military. I mean, he's done with 2 generations already. He will not rebuild his military for the next at least 25 years.
And then on top of that, Julio, I'm gonna be sympathetic. And this is my wife rubbing off into me as a person. But she's in the background. She's like, "Shut up," because I'm looking at it. Zelensky, yeah, he has the right to expect everything that he wants. It's because he didn't start the fight. I mean, whatever you want to say, maybe yeah, he knew by him trying to get into NATO and get bomb Russia's, because we don't know for sure, but I think he was the one that bombed the pipeline. So
Hmm.
of course Russia's mad, and so, but he does have the right to be like, well, he attacked my cities, I want this rebuilt. But Putin, on the other hand, has the right to say, well, I need my mainstream pipeline to repair it because you bombed it, and try to claim that it was someone else. And when I found out, that's when you ran to NATO. And guess what? I'm coming in because you blew up my pipeline, my source of money. So I guess people are forgetting that. But and this happened all under Biden, dude. Under Biden, because that pipeline wouldn't have been constructed if Trump had won, or had,
Yeah.
well, because Trump did win, So
Yeah. That's a lot of stuff that happened under Biden that he just let it go. He
yep.
just let it go further and further instead of stepping in and be like, hey, hold on, let me fix this. Do not invade and we're not. He just let him invade, and then Biden probably wasn't even Biden. Probably was like Kamala or
Well,
Hunter
whoever it
Biden.
was.
Probably Hunter Biden gave all those weapons to Ukraine to cover his ass because of the Burisma deal. I remember that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Remember that? Yep. Mm-hmm.
They probably use the auto pen to sign for all the hardware that we send to Ukraine because we send a lot of stuff. We send javelins, we send planes, we send tanks, we send supply vehicles. We send a lot of stuff down there, plus money. We
Yeah.
send a lot of money. I mean, like Trump said it. We sent over $350 billion. Between dollar amount and everything. We sent like 19 billion in equipment, which is that's a lot because this war shouldn't been done but a year and a half ago. Easy,
I know.
easy,
For
easy.
real,
We
honestly,
just prolonged it pretty much.
should have been. It should have been. What I feel is that looks like it's something's coming on. Hold on. Here, let me give your your screen a little break. But dude, man, I'm telling you right now, Julio, are the Dems tired of losing? Because right before I logged on here, I went and got Chat GPT, and
Hmm.
this is still in topic because what I'm trying to say right now is that everyone's doubting Trump all the time. And I asked how many court wins has Trump got in his administration up to now. And the CFPB mass firings just got that appealed because they tried to stop Trump from firing federal employees. Remember? Well, that now Supreme Court ruled that Trump has the ability to do that, so he can proceed. Foreign aid freeze. Remember, they try to say you can't stop the foreign aid. He got it. Boom. Limits on universal injunction. Again, that he won. Immigration enforcement restored. I mean, temporary protective status changes. He got
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah.
Presidential immunity ruling. He got that one. I mean, it just keeps going, dude. The list keeps going. So it's like, come on, guys. Like, really? He's I mean, are y'all tired of losing it? I mean, I don't get it, And then you got Gavin Newsom's over here trying to,
Crime.
he's trying to because guess what? They're not funded now because they wanted to F around and find out. Remember what Trump told them? Hey, I'm going to give the federal permits. All you guys got to do is give these citizens the right to get their permits right away. Well, what's her name? That Karen Bass, she was taking her time and dragging her foot. Well, guess what? He said, if you guys took too long, I'm going to just stop funding you. And that's what's going on now. So,
Yeah, because I find out I didn't know. I find out they were fined the resident by not picking up their
oh my
debris.
gosh.
They were fined the residents. So the residents were like, we can't do nothing about it because you're not allowed to. You don't give us a permit to remove the the debris. What's remained of our houses, so we can clean it up and start rebuilding. So that's why they took the sweetest time because that was a land grab.
And remember, they wouldn't let them, they were not letting them clean it right off the jump. Remember,
Yep.
Trump had to advocate for that.
So they
That is
can find
messed
them.
up.
So they can find them, and people
That
be
is
like,
messed up.
they were getting fined, like up their butt, and by the end they're like, come on, man, like I'm like there were already thousands of dollars in fines. What they have to do now? Oh, this guy, they hire a friend of theirs, which is a big investor, and they were buying up land.
Yeah, that's
Remember, they want to do that big
the railway that
the
goes and
railway and
or
and shopping
the
center and all that stuff in
yep.
there, and
Like
that's
I forgot. Didn't they have a name for it, Julio?
yeah, they had
Um,
that plan way before the fires, and then
yeah.
the fires happened.
And remember during the fire, like not even like a week, he had a whole chart behind him, and he was like, "This is how we're gonna rebuild." And it's like, dude, you
They're trying to blame those kids. Remember those supposed to be kids that set up the fire?
yeah,
That was a whole scam. They didn't get charged or nothing.
yeah. So it kind of makes you wonder. Maybe they were
They
part
planned
of.
it.
Yep, they were
They
paid
were,
protesters.
yep, yeah. That's the world that we live in now, man. I'm telling you
And
this.
then on top of that, then say that all these fires were due to climate change.
F climate change.
Yeah, these people are deranged. Oh, look! I hope maybe they show this part where I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Watch, look at his man. Look at that man. He's tired, bro.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I mean, like this dude is hustling. I looked into Apparently, his schedule is he gets up at 4:30 in the morning.
Wow.
And then he puts all his whole little get up. And you know what time he goes to sleep? Midnight.
So he sleep 4 hour stops.
That's it, dude. And that's his schedule all the time. Since he's been young.
Wow.
Look at that, man. Dude, is maybe all the McDonald's, the preservatives. You know? We probably should be eating McDonald's, you know? Nah, just playing. But look at him. Man. Oh, they didn't show that.
Wow, that's his schedule. That's amazing.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy. We complain, Julio, when we gotta miss out certain days. You know, oh, are they coming? A lot of things are going on right there.
They're getting ready. I think they're coming up in the next 20 minutes. 20 minutes to 35
Did
minutes.
you see how the press was acting, bro? They were like just screaming and yelling. Yeah,
because
like come on, dude.
I mean, everybody's watching. They want to be heard. You know, they want to be heard. But I'm glad Donald Trump, man. I'm telling you, Donald Trump is a beast, man. Let me tell you, he's almost 80, right?
Yep.
He's almost
79.
79, man. And his back is straight. His knees looking good. He's still in the fight, man. I'm telling you, just imagine Donald Trump was the president at 40, let's say 50 years old, bro.
Dude, bro. We'd have the government straightened out a long time ago.
Oh yeah.
But then again, a younger Donald Trump probably would have cared about his image more than now. Now he's got it all, you know. I mean, he's already had the reputation. His grandchildren are set up. His children are set up. Dude, this was a very good. Whoever their PR, props on them. This is going to be in the textbook. Well, they're not going to be textbooks, but in a tablet or in a hologram in the future, you know. That is cool.
That is amazing seeing like all this stuff happening in real time, and now we are watching history in the making. You know, we are watching history in the making. So I really appreciate you guys watching. Thank you so much. I know we have a lot of people. We have people from, let me see, we got people on X. Hi, people on X. We got people on YouTube. We have few on Facebook and Rumble. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Right.
Feel free to get on the chat. Talk with us. Let us know. You know, let us know what you think. You think maybe we're overhyping it, or you know, or maybe do you think this is pointless? Because I'm kind of in that camp. Because I know I'm usually always optimistic, but I have a feeling because Russia's not going to want to give up the territory that it already got. Because then at that point, why did he did everything he did? You know, it's just I don't know. You know, and then Ukraine, he's not going to want to. Let's say Putin says, you know what? All right, I'll leave Ukraine alone. I'll give them back their territory. I'm pulling out. Zelensky's going to be like, no, you can't just pull out. You're going to pay for the buildings. You're going to pay for the roads, everything you destroyed. You're going to pay for the health. Well, he's going to say you're going to pay for the funding of the healthcare of the fallen soldiers, which really is going to be money washed, and they're really not going to take care of their veterans. We've seen that many times in different countries, in our own even. So, you know, but Putin's going to be like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. And then there's going to be a feud again, and then we're going back over again. So, I mean, unless Trump is really has the master of the art of the deal, maybe, you know, I mean, I don't know.
Do you think we should do like a back in the day, like a duel?
Yeah, that would be great. Dude, Putin would win. You know what I'm saying? Dude, Putin would win. The guy was a KGB agent.
Yeah, I bet my money on Putin. If we were at Las Vegas, I would bet on Putin.
Me too. Did you see that one video of this Russian kid learning how to fight? You know, and then Putin was like, "Hey," he gave him pointers. He goes, "Do this. Make sure you clock him right here. You know, he's giving them pointers and stuff. I'm like, damn, dude. I mean, that is pretty cool that the president knows how to, you know, fight. So,
Yep.
which
I mean, Putin is a he's a goon.
he's a
Putin.
killer.
Yeah, he's a killer. Putin
Yeah.
took some souls already. So
Yep. Yep.
and Donald
And
Trump,
Trump.
Donald
Nah.
Trump is
Yeah.
not falling behind either. Like,
I mean,
remember when he's like, look at Soleimani. What happened to Soleimani?
yeah, exactly.
Like, and he
Yeah.
bragged about it too. Oh, by the way, now that we are talking about unaliving people and stuff like that, do you know? You probably knew already. You probably seen it. It's all over the place online. Donald Trump authorized direct action against the cartels.
Oh yeah. Did you see? Okay, so Claudia, the president of Mexico,
What did she
just
say?
to avoid, well, she was talking all that massive crap, talking about ain't no government here. They're just talking about the cartels that are in their country. They're not going to come here. But Trump was like, we are going there. And so for her to not have the United States go to her country, she's like, here, all these 27 cartel leaders, we're giving them to you.
Oh,
We're sending them. So please, you don't have to come back. You don't
oh
have
yeah,
to come in here.
he will.
Yeah, he's still doing it, dude. She just doesn't. She doesn't want to accept it, bro. It's
Because
too late.
the reason why she don't want to do it is because the whole country runs on drug money.
Yep, the whole country.
The whole country runs on drug money, infrastructure, roads, payroll.
Apparently, if you're just a regular civilian and you feed the wrong person, you get killed. Did you hear about that one lady that she was just feeding
Oh, they're homeless.
no, just two guys that were like fleeing for their life and they were trying to hide. She didn't know what they were about, so she just gave them money, and they were part of the El Chapo Guzman cartel. And the Sinaloa cartel found out that that woman fed those guys. They killed her. They put her online, and she was blindfolded. They asked, "Who are you? What's your name?"
Oh, that's the
What
one
did
with the cowboy hat.
the which one?
She had a cowboy hat on.
Yeah. Yep.
Man, that.
All she did was just she felt bad for two people, decided to feed them, and they unalived her. And they put a big sign. They threw her body on the sidewalk, and they put a sign saying, "This is what you get for supporting that
The rebel
cartel or
gang.
whatever."
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just like she didn't know, bro. She just felt like, hey, these guys are hungry. I'm gonna feed them. That's it. That's all she did. That's our crime. So where's the Mexican president on that? Right? So, but dude, another news. $50 million bounty on the president of Venezuela.
Oh, by the way, they confiscate his villa in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. They are seizing his asset. They are
So he ain't got nowhere to run, Bubba.
Nope.
And
Nope.
dude, Julio, we should round up and go over there and $50 million, bro.
That's a lot of money.
You might have to get out of retirement. You're like, nah, I'm good.
Nah,
But $50
I'm
million,
good.
dude.
I mean, nah, I'm good.
But you think about
if
it.
they
Think
give me
about
the
it.
resources, I'll go. But
Hey, but think about it. If people like us are just jokingly talking about it, the people there that are hungry, that are ex-military mercenaries,
for sure,
$50 million.
the regular people, I'm like, I could be a millionaire tomorrow.
Yep.
I would call the United States and be like, hey, he's right here. he's in this house right now.
Yep.
Come get him.
And that's it, dude. All they have to do is point out where he's at.
I mean, I know. I'm pretty sure United States know where he's at. They just put in that bounty, so entice the people to just
and
like
so he
give
can
them
be
up.
looking over his shoulders. That's all, really.
And that's what it does. It's like a flushing out. It's like a flushing out a rat out of the rat hole. I mean, you just basically you overwhelm the senses. That's what they're doing. They're overwhelming his senses. Make sure he's had the pressure on him. Put the pressure on him, seizing his assets offshore, like Santo Domingo, whatever he got the money from. Everything will be freeze. You cannot let him know it's like, hey, we own you now. And I guarantee you, he will not last a year.
No, but which is crazy, right? They held the Democratic election. He lost, and he didn't want to remove from his
Yeah.
post.
And they use the same machine that we use, Dominion.
Exactly. Yeah. Come on, bro. Make that make sense. I mean,
I know. We should do paper ballots. That's the next thing we should be focused focus on.
well,
Like next election should be paper ballots, ID, and you must prove your residency by ID card or passport, whatever.
yeah, your
But
citizenship.
it's citizenship should be verified. Period.
And I think that's why we're trying to win this midterm election, because once we have that like secured, that's the next step, is
Yeah.
secure our elections. And honestly, dude, at that point we will feel confident with every time we elect somebody, because right
I
now
mean,
we're not confident.
I
I'm
mean, we
not
already
confident.
have, yeah, we already have the blueprint from Florida. They did paper ballots. They counted the same day, and they had the results in hours.
And Florida is not that small.
Oh, it's huge. It's
Yep.
huge. I mean, if they done it, it could be replicated, and that's
And
why.
weren't they one of the first ones done too, on top of
Yeah, they
that?
were the first one. They were one of the first one done, and with everything, like they started last and they finished first. Remember,
That,
because we go from East
what?
Coast to West Coast,
Yep.
so they started last and they finished first.
Dude, and all we're asking is for fair elections. That's it. That's
That's
it.
simple.
That's it.
Yeah,
Democrats,
that's simple.
stop gerrymandering, making us now gerrymander back just because we're trying
Yeah,
to play the same game you're playing.
that's it.
And
Yeah, I was talking the same deal with Anthony Savio. He's running for the District 8 of Virginia, and we're talking about redistricting and gerrymandering. And he put a good point. Like now that we're playing the same playbook that they're using, we're using their same tactic. Now they're complaining. They don't like it.
yeah,
So they've been doing that forever. And you sent me a video early about they were gerrymandering California since like wow, since the
yeah,
80s.
dude, yes. And the last gerrymander was right around Arnold Schwarzenegger governor. That's why we have not seen a Republican no
Yep.
more. And to be honest with you, I don't think we will until they change that.
It's
But
hard. It's hard. They already, and that's the proof. Once the gerrymandering, the state, it's just like it's a ticking bomb. I mean, once it started gerrymandering and they took over, they almost did took over Texas.
yeah, they
Texas
almost
was
did.
Texas was red, like dark, deep red 3 elections ago, and then it started turning purple. And we see, we saw the painting on the wall, and we're like, oh no, let's play the same tactic. And now they're mad about it. And I hope we gerrymandering the heck out of Texas and make it permanent red because we need to kick it out of the office. Like all
And
those guys need to be out of the office because they
and see,
they hinder they hint I mean whatever they touch, the left touch, they
yeah.
turn into shit. I mean, I'm just saying. Point blank.
And straight up, and see, I had this conversation with my wife because we were talking about, as conservatives, we have values where we
Right.
try to be the the better person, and um, maybe we shouldn't play like getting dirty with them, right? And that's what I was telling you. That's been Republicans' from jump day one. That's why we've been losing, because we've been like, which it's a good thing, right? To be like, no, we're not going to play by their standards. We're not going to play by their rules. We're going to do this. But it got to the point where you got Donald Trump, and he's bringing this like, nah, we're going to get dirty with them. They're playing dirty. We're going to be dirty with them. And then you woken up people like me and you, where we're like, oh yeah, because we're losing because we keep trying to play by these rules, and they're not even playing by the rules, and they're saying that their rules that they're breaking is okay. So we're not playing the same game, bro. And I'm saying, hey, we're now playing the same game that they're playing, and we're playing it better. And they're like crying now that, hey, this is not fair. So
you see now, Gavin Newsom crying like crazy. I think, in my honest opinion, Gavin Newsom is positioning himself to run for president. That's all.
Yeah.
He's starting since last year doing podcasts and all that stuff. He's positioning himself to run for president. What he's not counting on is people revealing his agenda in California about the $100 million deal. The money they are stealing. He's not counting on that, and he's gonna get exposed. I'm telling you, if you Gavin Newsom run for president, he will get so exposed that he will never run for office again.
But he's already got exposed.
I know.
And he, like COVID, remember?
I mean, if he runs, they're gonna bring that back. They're gonna bring pictures of him dining. They're gonna bring pictures of him uh, doing what he's not supposed to be doing. They're gonna bring information. They're gonna bring documents of him stealing with his foundation in California. So, man, I'm like, he's in deep trouble. I hope he don't. I hope he run so we can expose him even more.
And it's kind of like what your guy was saying earlier. And it does look like we're gonna see a commie in New York, and
Yep.
in some way we kind of need to see that, right? So
That's somebody mentioned that. That's like the little experiment so people can see socialism does not work.
yeah.
Somebody gonna get hurt on the way though. I mean, we're gonna see a lot of people. I'm already putting money on U-Haul stocks.
That's smart. Yeah, I know.
I'm already buying up stocks because I know once he wins, bro.
Boom. I know.
Like California ran out of U-Hauls like quick.
I know that's true. I can contest to that because I've seen that happen firsthand.
We will see not only people leaving, but we're gonna see businesses leaving the state forever.
Correct.
Because he got his I mean before I don't know before you go, he got this idea of, okay, you can leave the state, but if you do business in the state, they're gonna he gonna charge you a corporate tax. I'm like,
bro, dude, that guy. Oh my gosh, how do people live there, dude?
I'm telling you, people are gonna live and they're gonna take their business and everything with them. I mean, I think he don't think about that stuff. Like, once you see all the billionaires and millionaires leaving the states, selling everything, and leaving for good, they're not coming back. They're gonna take their employees, and they're gonna just leave. They're gonna go to Tennessee, Florida, Texas, like they're gonna move their business elsewhere, and then he's gonna be run out of money in the next year and a half. And check Kansas. Kansas tried the government-run grocery store, and what happened? They closed it down.
Yep. Yeah. Talk about in and out, but I'll be back. I'm just gonna step back a little bit.
Make sure you got the audio up and everything. Now we're gonna We stick around,
here we
people. We're
go.
gonna step away for a minute.
Some very significant trade negotiations with China. So I
Enjoy the
don't
show.
think they wanted to throw a kind of a proverbial wrench into those negotiations at this point.
So Hal,
but those tariffs are significant.
So Hal, I'm sorry to be pessimistic on this question on sanctions and crippling the Russian economy. We would have seen that over the last 3.5 years. I mean, they have weathered that in some respect.
You know, they've weathered. I got to say this: they have adapted very quickly to a lot of different sanctions.
Okay.
And I'm not saying they wouldn't try to adapt to these sanctions as well. In fact, what I would assume is if we were to put these draconian sanctions in place on China and India, that they would find some creative way to circumvent that, to have oil get essentially laundered, if you will, around the world so it could get to them. It would be very difficult to do in the short term. In the long term, I think they could do some, but it would be a lot tougher than getting the oil direct. And in the meantime, Russia would be experiencing a significant loss of revenue that could go into the war effort. So what that, long story short, if we were to impose those sanctions, say today, it would be a very tough fall for Russia from a lot of different ways. The other thing too, which is kind of hanging out there, and it's been addressed this week several times, is the prospect of liquidating those frozen Russian assets. That's $300 billion in frozen Russian assets. $230 billion of that is actually held by European countries. They could liquidate that without the U.S. if they wanted to. The U.S. holds about $26 billion. You may recall that there was a co-sponsor bill with Senator Murkowski from Alaska, where she actually had built into an aid $54 billion aid program or bill for Ukraine, that 26 of that was going to come from liquidating the assets, those Russian assets the U.S. holds. So that's another thing that President Trump could talk about. If Ukraine was able to get, say, 80 billion or 100 billion or something a year from those frozen assets, then Putin would be looking at diminished oil revenue, a sovereign wealth fund disappearing, and Ukraine having a lot of money to buy arms, ammunition, everything. Those things put together, that could have a substantial impact on Putin and what his thinking is.
All right. Meredith McGraw at the Wall Street Journal has some reporting of who's in the room, saying the press was quickly moved into the auditorium. Some of President Trump's senior aides are seated for the press conference, including Stephen Chung, Natalie Harp, Dick Luna, Margot Martin, Will Sharp, and James Blair. On the Russian side, she sees Kirill Dmitriev. Hal, what do we know about him? He's been somewhat front and center during some of these talks over the last 6 months. Dmitriev, what's his role in all of this?
Well, he's been, yeah, as you said, he's been front and center with the talks. He's been in the middle of this whole thing all the way around. That he's sitting there waiting for the press conference tells me, and I'm not, it was 3 on 3. I don't know if there was 3 in the room itself. I don't know if they had anybody at the back seats, shall we say. He would be someone I would expect to have in the back seats, or somebody who would be standing by if there was a question that came up during the discussions. The fact that he's actually out there in the press conference room waiting for these remarks tells me whatever role he was playing in the background, he doesn't have to play anymore. That they have worked out whatever they're going to work out for this particular session, this particular meeting, this particular summit, and that his expertise is not needed or his role, interlocutor role, is not needed for anything else that's being done. So I find that kind of interesting that he's out there. The fact that he's out there standing by tells me they've kind of wrapped up whatever the meeting is here, and we're just literally waiting for President Trump and Putin to come out and say whatever it is they're going to say.
Hal, I've asked you so many times, and for viewers who don't know, you have been with us since the very start of this war. You were on with us the night of the very invasion in February of 2022. I always ask you, when will Putin budge, and how will Putin budge? Up until now, he has expressed no desire to end this war, nor have the people around him. So what gives? What will be any, concession that he may make? The president was saying he would accept some form of a ceasefire after the talks are all said and done. What does that mean?
What's kind of interesting with Putin, if I could address that first part, is I honestly, and I remember vividly what happened in 1991. That was a big year for me. I mean, first off, we had a little thing called Desert Storm you may have heard of. I spent some time over there, came back, and I remember this rapid change of events. 89 through 91 was just an amazing, for a Cold Warrior, it was just an amazing shift in how fast countries and leaders disappeared on the scene. And he lived through that. He saw, that's why he's no longer a KGB officer per se, is because part of that was the KGB went away and it became reformed with the FSB. But nonetheless, that was a rapid change. And of course, what he's probably more concerned about is whatever comes from this war is what happens on the streets of Moscow and St. Petersburg. There is that saying, and I know I've said it before, that dictators, and I'm going to call Putin a dictator, dictators always look like they're never going to be displaced until the last 5 minutes. Then all of a sudden everything disappears. He knows that dynamic. He knows Russian history. He knows what's happened in Russian history, that if the system that props him up, that keeps his regime in power, falls, it will fall very quickly. So what that means, bring it back a little bit, is that President Trump has to say things, not directly saying you're going to be overthrown or something like that, but has to say things that Putin understands could create a situation where the Russian people have just had enough. And I think that's what would scare Putin. That would get Putin to budge, if you will, is if he was seriously concerned that the dynamics were in play that could threaten his survival, if you will, which could be physical survival too, but threaten his survival as being the head of state of Russia.
Do you think there's just like a human element to this? Putin is 72 years old. He knows he's not going to live forever. Maybe he doesn't know that. That, the long term of all of this, we always say Putin plays the long game, that at some certain point, it will have to end or morph into something else.
You think that. I don't know if, sometimes I wonder if some world leaders think that they're going to live forever.
Yeah.
And we've certainly seen a number of very famous world leaders literally die in office. They never think they're going to leave. He may think, at some point here, I'm going to have to leave, but he looks around. He says, but that point is not today. It could be 3 years from now, 6 years from now, 9 years from now, whatever. So I don't think he's planning his immediately vacating that office by any stretch. I think he thinks he's going to be there for a while. I do think that he thinks he can right now he thinks that Russia can outlast the resolve of the West. And he has a view of the West that others have had too. Saddam Hussein had this view, others that, more famously, Osama bin Laden had this view that the United States or the West, that we are paper tigers. What they see, what these authoritarian regimes see, is the messy dynamic of democracy, which they hate, and they see that as weakness. And historically, they have always seen democracies as weak, that they go in there with determination, with control, and they break the democracies. And I just think that's a fallacy that they have. I think democracies are actually far more resilient than authoritarian countries. I think that give and take dynamic is what makes us, when we turn hard. And I've seen this, I certainly saw it on 9/11. I saw it with Desert Storm. There was a resolve that I'm sure Saddam Hussein never dreamed would ever happen. And when the U.S. makes a determination we're going to do something, we do something. Yeah. And it usually catches these guys off guard.
Yeah, you had indicated to me earlier in the week that, and because some of the critics of this entire meeting have said it's a propaganda victory for Putin, but you acknowledged that that was going to happen either way, depending on how the meeting went. And we're getting some reporting on how the meeting went from the Russian side, according to Fox's Brett Baer, that it has gone somewhat well. I'm paraphrasing. And so we'll just have to wait and see officially in front of the cameras if that holds up here. But to that question that I just posed.
Rephrase that if you would. I would, because I was listening to the Brett Baer thing. I'm sorry.
Right. I was echoing some of the comments, some of the reporting from Brett Baer, signaling from the Russian side, his sources saying that the meeting has gone well. But I was asking about the propaganda victory that some of the critics of the very meeting itself have said Putin will get no matter what. You acknowledge that too, but you said that's beside the point at this point.
I think it really is beside the point. You know, look, if let's look at it this way. You know, where to hold the meeting.
Okay, Hal. Sorry, just to interrupt here. We just saw Steve Witkoff enter the room.
Oh wow. Okay.
So we just had U.S. Special Envoy Witkoff enter the room there. So things could be moving along quite rapidly. We'll get back to that question. It's an important question. Let's listen in actually to the sound in the room briefly. You see there some of the American reporters doing their stand-ups. You see there Caitlin Collins with CNN, Peter Alexander with NBC, and Hal Kemper still with me. So I had to note that for the viewers, Hal. Steve Witkoff now in the room. You also see some of the Russian delegation in the front row on the left-hand side as well. But we wait for the principals, obviously, to get into the room. Haven't seen them yet. Once we do, everyone will be watching this press conference live in its entirety. We'll see how many questions each of these leaders takes. But Hal, Putin does have quite the coterie of Russian press traveling with him, does he not?
He does, and I fully expected something like that. You know, and to go back to your previous question, you know, this is a propaganda win. There's no two ways about it. Just to have this meeting is a propaganda win. My understanding, what kind of has been seeping out of Washington, D.C. on this is that President Trump did not really want to go back to the Middle East again. You know, he'd had that really big trip back there, and so going to the UAE or Doha for something like this wasn't that great. And the problem that Putin had, of course, is that he's got a International Criminal Court warrant, so there's not that many places he can actually go. So they brought him over here. But to have him come to the U.S., which you get into the dynamics of where do you hold this thing, wherever he went, it was going to be some sort of propaganda victory. And I don't think you can have a meeting with President Trump and Putin without Putin considering his pariah status on the international stage, without that being a you know, some sort of propaganda victory for Russia. On the other hand, if they had not done all these things, like the red carpet, the driving together, all these things, that's to build rapport. That's to try and work through some of those issues. That's to build an assessment of where they were going to go with this. And obviously, you know, President Trump was saying he'd know within the first couple of minutes if this was going to go bad. Well, you know, by the time that first couple of minutes was over, they were done with the ride in the car. So we would have known right away that that would have been an issue. So I think, yeah, propaganda thing. But the other thing is they're trying to get Putin to do something he doesn't want to do. You know, I don't think he really wants to end the war right now. And they're trying to constellate everything to somehow build in his mind that, you know, that this is the time. This is when you have to do something.
All right, we just have a different vantage point there, trying to recognize some of these White House staffers. Looks like Will Sharp there in the front row. So Hal, interesting to note, on the way to Anchorage, Trump was on the phone with the leader of Belarus, Lukashenko. Now, why would he have done that?
That actually caught me by surprise. I tell you, I'm trying to think the last president that talked to Lukashenko. You know, it's just not somebody you talk to. Of course, he is kind of a proxy, if you will. He runs Belarus, but he's a dictator, and he basically is only in power because Russia backs him. And Russia's made it pretty clear that, you know, they're going to basically absorb Belarus at some point. So that's the bargain that's been made with that. But I think the reason he called him was he was trying to assess things, and he probably felt that Lukashenko may have a better feel for what's going on, because Lukashenko is actually one of the few world leaders that actually meets with Putin. I don't know about a regular basis, but they do meet more frequently than he meets with anybody else, you know. And I got to tell you this, the other one he could talk to would be, you know, Xi in China. I think that would not work out too well. And then, of course, Kim Jong-un, I think that would be a complete waste of time to talk to Kim Jong-un about anything. But But talking to Lukashenko, he might be able to give him some sort of assessment as to what was going on. And I think, President Trump likes to, as he said, this is a kind of an interesting term, a feel-out session. And so he was trying to feel out things before he actually landed in Alaska.
What about our European allies? There's some reporting out there to suggest President Trump may be on the phone with them and the Ukrainian side as we speak. We'll wait for more confirmation on that. I would imagine they're going to be watching this live, but they will be getting their own readouts.
I think they will. And actually, that is a very good sign. The fact that he's on the phone with our European allies. I would imagine the big three he's talking to, would obviously be, Starmer, Macron, Merkel over in Germany, and then, of course, President Zelensky. But there might be some sort of breakthrough here. There might be something substantial. We're going to know soon enough if there is. But the fact that he's on the phone with them, I'm going to stay hopeful, and I'm hoping he's sharing with them something that was very positive that came out of the meeting.
Now, if there is a breakthrough, the question is, will Ukraine accept that? All right, we do have the photographers getting ready. Okay, Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, now in the room here. Okay, so he was obviously one of the three in the Russian delegation. So you see there more of the delegation coming into the front row here. Let's take this full head on. You see James Blair, White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, White House Chief of Staff. All right, so it does look like they are readying this press conference. You also see Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on hand, CIA Director John Ratcliffe, Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary, also Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, and let's see here, trying to recognize Caroline Leavitt there, the White House Press Secretary. So all parties from the U.S. side, Hal, are now in the room, except, of course, the principal himself, President Trump. So we wait for Trump and Putin. It looks like this is happening imminently here. Hal Kemper, stay on the line. We're chatting with you on the very back end once the press conference wraps. We thank you so much. Andrew Kraft back here in the anchor chair as we are watching now for President Trump, for Vladimir Putin to begin their joint press conference in Anchorage, Alaska. So this is almost happening. The moment we've been waiting for, obviously the moment you see there. Okay, Secretary of State Rubio, Steve Witkoff, remember they were in the room with President Trump. It was 3-on-3. We know it lasted nearly 3 hours. And you see there Secretary of State Rubio kind of hamming it up for the cameras. And so now we wait for President Trump, Vladimir Putin. This is happening imminently at any moment. Let's listen in. Okay, so this is, like I said, it's happening at any moment, where we will let you watch uninterrupted the entire press conference there in Anchorage, Alaska. Remember, this all came together in a 1 week's time. We brought you the news 1 week ago today, last Friday, that this was happening now today, this Friday. So somewhat hastily arranged. But to Hal Kemper's point, is there a breakthrough? That is the question. What has been agreed upon, if anything? And if anything, will the Ukrainians agree to that? Remember, they're the other party in this war. Though they may not be there in person right now, they will be getting a readout. The fate of their country hangs in the balance as they continue to face Russian attacks and Russian aggression here. So those two words there, smack dab in the middle, pursuing peace, only two words, a simple statement. Not all that easy, as so many who have tried.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States of America and the President of the Russian Federation.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We had very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the U.S. island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the U.S., and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilots. And there are 2 flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots are buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they've fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue, naturally under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And special envoy of the president, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible, and our international context, for example, between the Far East of Russia and the West Coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the U.S., there is a so-called international date line. I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope that we'll succeed in that, in political sphere. I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound, and I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Radcliffe, thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think, you know, everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all. But we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax. But what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, wow. So this is what we just watched there, statements from Trump and Putin. Putin speaking first. No questions taken by reporters gathered there in the
Smart move. Smart move with the no questions.
Yep.
Very smart move, because the last time we did that, they botched it because of all the questions. So that was a smart move. I would think that man, they learned from the last time. Here's the other thing, Julio, real quick, that I wanted to say. Apparently, Trump was right again. Putin had just confirmed. He said, "I wouldn't have started this war had Trump been in office."
That's a big statement coming from Putin.
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, are they tired of losing? I would be. If I would be losing every time, I'd be tired of losing too. But nevertheless, Donald Trump did an excellent job on this one, meeting Putin, bringing in, hopefully, they allured to the possible conclusion of the war in the coming weeks. So hopefully in the next 2 months, not past in 2 months, hopefully. 30 days is over.
They're gonna say, "Man, where were you guys at when Putin and Trump made that peace agreement and potentially a treaty that made peace? We were reporting it, baby, here at the X-Ray Podcast."
Live. Yep.
Live.
Hey, I really appreciate you guys stuck with us for the last almost 4 hours and a quarter. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. If you like the commentary, please let us know down below. Jump in the chat. Hit us with your likes and subscribe. If you're on X, please, before you depart, give us a like. Give us a subscribe. It's free. It won't hurt you. It doesn't cost anything. It's free, and it helps boost the channel and move the channel forward. We're here for you. We do this every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Around 6:30. That's when we go live usually. Today we did an special due to the magnitude of this event. So we see you guys next on Monday, 6:30 p.m. Central Time, and we're gonna bring you the roundup news for the weekend and and the coming Monday, because it's a lot of stuff going on. So this will be the talking points for the weekend, and hopefully in the next 48 hours, 72 hours, let's see what Donald Trump does. let's see if he invite Vladimir, uh, not Vladimir Zelensky, bring Zelensky to the forefront, and basically put him in the spot. Like, hey, let's get together and let's hash it out. See if Ukraine and Russia finally call to a halt the hostilities and call for peace and stop killing each other, because it's
Yeah,
basically
for sure.
it is long overdue that we need to stop this war. So
It's a senseless war, and to be honest with you, we we get it stopped. It's benefits the world because we don't need people dying for a cause. I mean, it's just
right now the lights are frozen. They're not even moving. It's just stalemate. They're just killing each other, but the line's not moving. So yeah, they need to stop. So pretty much to recap everything, Donald Trump called for peace. Putin agrees that they come to a peace, so they need to hash it out, like you were saying. Land grabs and resources and trade deals, all the stuff in the back end that we don't see. They're gonna talk about it. They're gonna negotiate. Hopefully, United States does not have to come up with money out of pocket. Knowing Donald Trump, he will not do that because it's not our business. So hopefully, uh, trade deals are made. As you guys know, we bought a lot of fertilizer from Russia. So let's see
and
if we can make a better deal on that.
and just before we close or whatever, I just got an announcement. I don't know if you spoke of this, but so Obama just joined the Texas Democrats in the redistricting battle. So while Trump is doing this, an hour ago, Obama's doing this.
What? What? Well, as you guys know, that didn't work last time. That he came in and kind of like
Trying
belittle
to shame the
the
black guys. Yep,
yeah belittle the
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 black
black
man.
Americans, and that didn't paint any, that didn't do anything. In fact, it kind of like uh has a boomerang effect. It hit him back in the head, and what's even worse, more black people were like, you know what, we're voting for Trump this time. You know, stop rage baiting. That's what he was trying to do. So I'm glad that Obama is ruining the left again. That's what he does. He's ruining the the whole thing. So I don't know. I guess no more kings, but they got Obama all over the place. I mean, he's been gone for how long? He been gone for 10 years, and he's still messing with their elections. Come on, man.
Yep, I know that guy.
Stay
He just
retired. Stay out of it. It's not your
yeah,
business.
you're done, retired, go. Mm.
Go be with Michael. All right. So, and by the way, they're getting divorced. So I don't know. I guess Michael got tired of it.
Yeah, I guess Michael got tired of Obama longing for a white woman, Jennifer Anderson. Hey, they
Right.
both like pizzas. Apparently, they throw
Pizza
big
parties.
pizza parties. Yep. I mean, Obama spent what 60,000 on pizza parties while he was president, right?
Hmm.
Or something like
All
that.
right. Yep. Yeah. For all you conspiracy theorists, you know what we're talking about. But anyway, thank you so much, Robert. Thank you for joining. I
Yep.
miss you, brother. You were gone all
Me
freaking
too.
day.
I know, man. I've just been
I
busy at
feel
work.
lonely. I feel like I feel abandoned. I feel neglected.
Oh man, it was
Right.
it was it was it was hectic today. It was really
But at
hectic.
least you came at the end. You showed up. At least you showed up. So hey, next time we're gonna get together. Hopefully, if nothing happens special, you see us on Monday. If it's something out of the ordinary pops up and we need to be on the live stream, you will see it. You will get notification. Please like and subscribe. Hit the notification bell on YouTube. Hit us a like and subscribe on X, because we need to bump this number up on X. Right now we're looking at 265 subscribers on X. We got 40 some people on X. Give us a like. Let's bump it up to 300 and see we can grow this channel next to the 400, 500, and move us forward. Thank you so much.
Yep.
This is Robert. This is Julio, and I'm with
This
Robert.
is Robert. Right?
Yep, and we are signing out. Take care. God bless you.
Have a
I'll see
great
you
weekend.